Hai capito qual è il mio discorso? Perché a me, perché a me viene. E Zoom è una roba per conto suo, ma il tubo. Ah, ok, mi fa vedere. Hai capito qual è il mio discorso? Perché a me, perché a me viene.
E poi sono qua che stasera.
E Zoom è una roba per conto suo, ma il tubo. Ah, ok, mi fa vedere. Hai capito qual è il mio discorso? Perché a me, perché a me viene.
E poi sono qua che stasera.
E Zoom è una roba per conto suo, ma il tubo. Ah, ok, mi fa vedere. Hai capito qual è il mio discorso? Perché a me, perché a me viene.
E poi sono qua che stasera.
E Zoom è una roba per conto suo, ma il tubo. Ah, ok, mi fa vedere. Hai capito qual è
Kylie Minogue came to St. James's Palace to perform this song in 2012. The song is The Locomotion, and this is music for dancing. Again, it has that infectious energy, which makes it, I find, incredibly hard to sit still.
e musica e medicina mi permetto di dire
cortesia, che mi... Prova, senti qualcosa da... Prova, 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 prova. Mi senti? Si sente? Controlla un attimino com'è l'audio là. E aspetta, Zoom, guardami su Zoom se... No? Prova qua, è a posto. Non si sente niente. Strano. Allora, vammi sempre sul tubo. Tornami sul tubo e fai una roba. Non stopparmi, no, no, no. Aprimi dov'è il tubo e rimetti... Ah, ok, boh, no, no, è che c'è il delay, quindi no. Sì, sì, no, ok, no, beh, sai, abbiamo avuto il flash che magari non rompesse le scatole del microfono. Sì, 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 no, a parte che poi comunque al 99% ti arriva una mail, dice
Hai una fase di belle canzoni, che tu farai Santa cantare.
Io before I hand over to the president, to Stefania, to introduce the meeting, how to say so. I have, besides my position here, a position in Lourdes. Some of you know Lourdes. That's a place where people go, and they have a medical group, Comité Médical International de Lourdes, where we look at people going there and saying that they're healed immediately when they are there. And I'm part of this group. And now the gentleman there, and they are from Swiss television. They would like to make something in autumn about my position there. And they said, they would like to know what Cornell is doing besides being in Lourdes and looking at dossiers. And if you would allow, they would stay until the break later on and hear and probably make some films or so, probably 2 minutes. If someone of you has something against it, please tell them. But I think you anyway signed up, and it's also taped. Is it okay for you, or there is a person who would object about it? So then I welcome you both to a thrilling symposium, which now Stefania will introduce. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. And my task today is very easy because I just to welcome you in San Servolo, and I feel very comfortable that I'm welcoming you in a nice place that certainly you like. San Servolo is the island that hosts since 1995 the Venice International University, which is a consortium of all the main universities and research centers from all over the world. And it has become really a key place where people hold summer, winter schools, organize conferences, and has always been characterized by the strong interdisciplinary approach. So when in 2016, a group of geriatricians, mostly past presidents or presidents of the European Geriatric Society, decided that it was time to start presenting and disseminating the results of our research and the main outcomes of our work within the European geriatrics environment to different stakeholders, such as the general population, different specialists in the clinical world, as well as researchers and policymakers. We decided that the IU was really the best place where to put the headquarters of the European Interdisciplinary Council on Aging, which is EICA. And today I'm here to welcome you in my capacity as president, and Cornel Sieber is the president-elect. He will take over in January. And Alberto Pilotto is the general secretary of EICA. The way EICA has been working, therefore, for 9 years, has been to organize 2-3 times a year small conferences, such as this one, where we devote the first day to the scientific up-to-date on a specific topic. And then the second day, the group would discuss about research priorities, future activities, and ideas that come out from the scientific presentations the first day. We have worked mainly in the field of nutrition and vaccine infectious disease. And the results of these meetings had always led to a publication, an executive summary of the meeting that has been published in peer-reviewed journals. And also we have started some specific projects or educational activities such as summer schools and so always with the target of disseminating our knowledge to different stakeholders. So this is what characterizes indeed EICA. And that's why we kept a strong link with the European Geriatric Society, UGMS, because we have become, let's say, the disseminating to the general audience the main activities and research outcomes of the society. The idea of this meeting came actually mainly from a chat we had with Elvira and Alberto. It is a new topic for EICA, so I'm here really to learn, and I'm very, very excited about the potential future development. So I give the floor to Elvira to introduce the program, and thank you, Elvira.
Yes, like this. Yes, it works. Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. And this is my great pleasure to welcome you to this meeting. And yes, so I'm Elvira Brattico. I think we met all of us. I work at Aarhus University at the Center for Music and the Brain, and also have a part-time position at the University of Bari, so south down Italy on this side of the coast. And with Alberto, we had this idea to organize this meeting together also with Stefania. And the title is Ambitious, the Sound of Longevity, Music and Technology for a Healthy Aging. And I'm trying to, let's see, does it work? It doesn't work. Yes, and first I would like to thank Alberto and Stefania. And I also thank Cornell, I just met him. But I have here the picture of the board of the EICA. And I'm really happy to actually have known this reality through Alberto, because I think it's really wonderful to have research, interdisciplinary research on aging by geriatricians. And from our community, which is the Cognitive Neuroscience of Music community and music psychology community, interaction with geriatricians is actually pretty new. So I think that this is really an excellent opportunity for us to get to know each other more, and also think about possible future research ideas. And next. Yes, thank you again for, I wish to thank really very much Alberto and Stefania, not only for the putting this together and allowing us to be here, but really to offer, I thank for offering all the facilities of this place, like Secretariat, Aristea, who has done an excellent job, and also publishing, and all the like the accommodations here and the meals, they are all offered by EICA. So I think that we really need to thank you for this generosity and allowing us to be here and enjoy San Servolo. and also for putting together the book proposal that we already submitted to Springer, and we will talk about that more tomorrow. And also we will have the executive summary of this meeting. So these are all wonderful facilities which are offered generously by you. So I wish to really thank you a lot about this opportunity. And so we will have today the, oh no, it works, okay. We have today the talks. So we will present research that we are conducting from the community of cognitive neuroscience of music and psychology of music, and also from the point of view of the geriatry research. So we will have scientific talks today, and tomorrow we will have the opportunity to share ideas, discuss, brainstorm about future steps and possible collaborations. So both days will be important and dense, I hope, and I hope also inspiring and learning opportunities for us. So this is the program for today, and before proceeding to the program, I just want to give you just a short introduction about the topic. Of course, the topic is aging, and aging well, aging in a healthy way. And this is, of course, a very timely topic because the world population is aging really fast. And the World Health Organization has estimated that by 2050, there will be 1 out of 5 people over 60. And so there will be much more, like triple amount of aging individuals in the world. And there is also another important point to make, is that in countries like Italy, not only the population is aging, but it's also aging not so well. So many individuals are aging badly, with the predominance of secondary aging, which is the pathological one, deriving from several factors that are not just poor health habits, like the bad lifestyles, but also there are social factors, isolation, and so on. So the quality of life in aging in elderly people is very much affected. But we know from cognitive neuroscience of music field that, and in general from cognitive neuroscience research, that the brain is plastic, can be stimulated also in in aging. So also when we are not young anymore. And there are several ways to stimulate the brain, and have different types of non-pharmacological interventions to keep the brain active. And one of them, as seen here, is music therapy and music interventions. And music interventions are the one of the topics of this meeting, combined with technology. And before proceeding, another acknowledgement I have to make is to Age It. So Age It is actually the project funded by Next Generation European Union. It's basically the National Recovery and Resilience Plan following a pandemic. And it's dedicated to active aging and to find strategies to prevent functional cognitive decline in aging. And I was actually invited to be part of this project. And Alberto Pilotto is actually the leader of the, he was leader of this work package 1. And now I think it's Solfrizzi, Vincenzo Solfrizzi, also leading the work package 1. And work package 1 of this project is dedicated to multidimensional interventions to promote healthy aging and prevent functional and cognitive decline in community-based elderly people. So within this work package, we are planning and conducting interventions which are multidimensional for preventing cognitive and functional decline in people who are living in the community. So they are not actually institutionalized or hospitalized. And so within this project, we have also received some funding to support this meeting. So I have to thank also the Age It and Next Generation EU for contributing to funding this event. And why music is relevant here within Age It and within multidimensional interventions? Because actually music making is multidimensional. It actually allows us to reach several different aspects of our life. So music is visible in this model by Brancantisano and colleagues. Music has these 7 capacities, so it can be engaging, emotional, it can be physical, it can activate the body, it can activate our abilities to synchronize and coordinate, but also our social interactions. So it can be persuasive and can reach our sense of self. So music itself, so just making music involves many different aspects of our life. And indeed, we know from research, and I want to show here just this white paper by Peter Woos here and Kira Jespers and Lineke Bauer, who has summarized all the different studies on music-based interventions and grouping them by all different pathologies and also well-being areas. And indeed, there are some studies relating music interventions to healthy aging with some good level of evidence. But as you can see, compared to all the studies related to neurological disorders, the studies on healthy aging and music are less predominant. So indeed, our community, I think, has been very much focused on interactions with neurologists. So I think that we have to turn more to geriatricians from now on. So to look at prevention and aim at longevity, as we were saying here. And indeed, well, as I mentioned, there are lots of studies about showing how music interventions can help rehabilitate different kinds of neurodegenerative diseases, and also combined with technology. So, for example, we know that there are some electronic devices that are used for providing music therapy to post-stroke patients or patients with dementia. There are also some combinations between sensors and MIDI converters for stimulating motor performance so as a part of motor rehabilitation after stroke. So, for example, the location of the movement is translated to pitch height. So there is a possibility by the patient to produce music by own movement, and that is exploited to rehabilitate movements after stroke. And also there are some sounds that can be applied to percussion instruments for rehabilitating, again, motor functions after stroke by drumming. And in Alzheimer patients, there are some interactive music games that allow them to improve or maintain their physical condition, and at the same time to recover past memories, and also to allow them to interact with other people as well. So we have actually within AGIT project, we have also published last year a review on these studies. So how to use music and other kinds of stimulation, such as electrical neurostimulation for pathological aging. There are also studies combining music with virtual reality. So few studies have been actually conducted with Alzheimer's patients. There is a systematic review by Clay and colleagues from 2020. Back then, well, 5 years ago, there were only 9 studies with virtual reality and augmented reality for rehabilitation of Alzheimer's patients. Maybe there are a few more by now. But using music, there is only one study combining virtual reality with music therapy. And the results are promising because it seems that it's possible to manage anxiety states. And with virtual reality, it's also possible to have some analgesic effects on the care of pain. We have recently conducted a study, proof of concept study, combining virtual reality with music, a form of music therapy. And I want to just show briefly the results of this study, just to introduce the topic here. And maybe if we can, just a moment, I just introduce. So yeah, well. It's very loud. Abbassare il volume un po'. Ah no, non si può. Okay, now it's better. Okay, so this is a study which okay, back, no back. A study we just published. Yes, and this is a collaboration with engineers from Polytechnics of Bari. And in this study, we wanted to understand whether virtual reality, so actually an immersive scenario with either familiar or unfamiliar landscapes. So we had this Revontuli. I get in Finnish the name, but what is in English? Aurora Boreale. Yeah, Aurora Borealis, yes. Revontuli in Finnish, if you ever want to know that. So, and the other one is actually Mediterranean sea landscape. And we combined this 360 degrees immersive scenarios with familiar or unfamiliar music. And what characterized these scenarios, audiovisual scenarios, was the aesthetic appeal. So they were all extremely pleasant and beautiful places. and the music was matched in arousal level. With we did a study before to match the arousal and also the valence. So all the music was very positive and very much liked by another group of participants that we tested earlier. So by combining these scenarios with that kind of music, which was familiar, and there was the other one with the, if you can play the top one. No, yeah, that one. No, the top. Quello abbiamo già sentito. Sorry, no. Okay. No, l'altro, quello di sopra dell'aurora. No. Vabbè, fa niente, ok. Well, it was Finnish yoiks.
No yo, na no yo.
Passa così. Sì.
Hey,
Okay, so the other one was the unfamiliar music, which is a Finnish yoik song. So we had this kind of effects on elderly people who were also assessed for their cognitive decline with the MOCA, and we had actually also we had some participants with moderate cognitive decline, and one who is the one in the video, who actually has diagnosed Alzheimer, and she is in the very late stage, so she had a MOCA of 5, so very severe cognitive decline. But well, all of the participants had actually better mood after, so they all enjoyed this experience. None of them complained. If not, the oculus was a bit heavy, but they all enjoyed. And I want to show the video, if possible. And after that, we have finished the time. So she is really very, very severely demented. She started to sing and she was really happy and enjoying the experience. For the familiar scenario, with the unfamiliar, she didn't participate and she stopped it quite soon, actually. She didn't want to continue. So, no. Yes. So, we know from research that music is good not only for pathological aging, but we know that if we do train, so if we actually play an instrument when you are young, you have in an older age, you have a larger brain volume in all these different parts of the brain that you see represented. So they are all correlated, the volumes of these areas, so insula, medial orbital frontal and so on, they are correlated with how much musical training you had in the previous life. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, just a few studies nowadays on music interventions for a healthy aging. One of them is by this group, Clara James and others. There is also Eckhart Altemüller, who is a neurologist that we know from the neuromusic community. We know him very well. And he is conducting, together with Clara James, this large study on piano training in healthy aging for stimulating brain plasticity in older ages of life. And there are also some studies that are conducted or are ongoing also with choir singing in elderly people, and showing also some positive effects on cognition, but especially on well-being. And this is a study based in Finland. We also are conducting a study with multi-domain type of intervention, including choir practice in elderly people, together with Alberto Pilotto and Vincenzo Solfrizzi. So this is within the AGIT project. And we have the paper for forthcoming in Helion, the protocol only. We don't have the results yet. And I can tell a bit more about the results, preliminary results, maybe tomorrow. But for now, I just want to finish here this quick introduction on the topics of today and tomorrow by saying that we have evidence showing that music interventions might be complementary to other pharmacological interventions for preventing cognitive and functional decline in aging. So we know there's lots of evidence about effectivity of music interventions for pathological aging, but we can contribute to provide more evidence for the effects of music for preventing cognitive and functional decline in healthy aging. And we think that if we combine music with technology, we open up even more opportunities for rehabilitation and prevention as well. So this is exactly the topic of this meeting, and I'm really curious. I'm looking forward to hear what you are going to tell us about your research, and then I'm also looking forward for tomorrow's brainstorming and discussion. And yes, so now this is it's time to give the floor to Professor Pilotto. He is already approaching here, and so we will hear about multidimensional approach to aging, technology, and the music. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's a good idea. In fact, this reminds me that I wanted to mention that I took a bit more time for the introduction, also because we won't have Michela Fagiolini, so we are not in a huge hurry in terms of schedule. So we will sort of save half an hour. So if you want to use a bit few more minutes, you are welcome to do it, I think. And yes, and for the rest, yes, we can go through the introduction. Maybe we can go this way. Yeah.
I think it doesn't work properly.
Okay.
The room is small.
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, it doesn't. It's on, but it doesn't work. I just no, but it doesn't do anything. So, oh, yeah. Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have to check about technique. I think we hear inside here, but because it's hybrid, there
Oh, yeah.
people online. So
Yes.
if you can check if they heard what the leader said, because otherwise we have to fix it before we go to the next talk.
Yes, that's good.
Cannot see slides too. You told me online participants cannot see slides.
Ah, are there online participants? I didn't know. Okay.
Okay, so we need to check.
Ah.
Did you understand?
Online non hanno visto le slide.
Soffro da dire perché, ripeto, ho chiamato dei colleghi perché loro...
Ma forse bisogna fare una mirror screens.
So, but
Già fatto?
but then probably try clear this, but we can have the end around.
Sì, i programmi.
Effettivamente vai tutto lo più right and make this difference to
Yes, I tried, but
other one.
come si fa a spegnere il microfono?
C'è il tasto di basso a destra.
No, è da un po' che lo premo, ma non succede. Si è bloccato. Diciamo come facevano gli antichi. Ah, io non dovevo. Ok. Pronto? Mi sente? Però questo è sempre acceso. Ma da dove, which one? Where it gets the electricity? That's a mystery.
I think it was on I tried to turn it off.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah, but I think you have to be more physical. Probably more physical. What's about that?
No, it's still. No, è sempre on. Priority. Ah, forse. Priority.
Okay.
Don't allow me to turn off.
So
Yes, now it works.
It
was we were done. It's not the technology, it's us. Technology works.
The meeting is on technology on. Okay.
Technology works.
Yes, technology is good, you know.
Okay, so let's check maybe if they are now seeing the slides.
Devi parlare di italiano.
Sarà fattibile una slide? Vediamo.
No, con telecomando.
Perché questa la vedono. Ma non so se vogliamo.
Non importa, facciamo un giro veloce.
Bene, magari.
Sì, stiamo perdendo tempo.
Sì, vabbè, comunque ho detto, we are not in a really huge rush because luckily.
Sì.
Perché sta. Stop. Stop. Sì.
Good afternoon to everybody. I have the privilege to start with a geriatric perspective of the aging process. And this is a real interdisciplinary meeting that included the presence of psychologists, geriatrician, internal medicine doctors, engineers, musicians also. And it is a challenge to meet together all these knowledges, all these different approaches to the aging people. So, by my side, I will talk about the aging and what it means from a geriatric perspective, multidimensional approach. Then we include the role of technologies and the potential role of music in the context of the multidimensional and technological aspects. So I will start with this classic representation of the aging. The aging is a biological process characterized by a great heterogeneity. And this great heterogeneity depends first from the health status including especially multimorbidity and comorbidity, and the polypharmacy, a high number of drugs that very often the older is taken. But also there are functional, for example, the basal and instrumental activities of daily living that are very important to explain the heterogeneity, the cognitive status, the mood, the presence or not of depression, for example, and the mobility and the nutritional status, malnutrition or overweight and obesity that may influence the general multidimensional condition of the all the subjects, and psychosocial and economics aspect that influence very in a high grade the global, the overall condition. This approach give us the opportunity to define the clinical profile, the pathological risk and the residual skills of the older subjects. And if we know exactly these three characteristics, may have the opportunity to develop a true personalized care plan. This process is called comprehensive geriatric assessment. And Lawrence Rubinstein defined 40 years ago that the comprehensive geriatric assessment or multidimensional approach as a diagnostic process to determine the medical, psychological, and functional capabilities of a frail elderly person. And in order to develop a coordinated and integrated plan for treatment and long-term follow-up. Rubinstein published 41 years ago on the pages of the New England Journal of Medicine, the first randomized clinical trial that demonstrated the efficacy of this approach in determining the a significant improvement in different and several outcomes. After 40 years, more than 1,000 articles has been published all over the world, demonstrated that the process is diagnostic, therapeutic, and management also for the older people. The dimension that the comprehensive geriatric assessment include are medical, physical, psychological, socioeconomical, function, and nutrition. So this umbrella review that we perform under the umbrella of the European Geriatric Medicine Society demonstrate with a very large number of studies and subjects included that in the hospital, the multidimensional approach is effective, significantly effective to reduce, for example, falls in the hospital, or the precious sore, or the risk of institutionalization after discharge from the hospital. And even in non-hospital setting, in primary care setting, this multidimensional approach reduce physical frailty. Physical frailty. Frailty. And please take a look that the overall, the grade of the overall certainty of the evidence is very high. Only moderate for the discharge at home after 6 months. Frailty from a geriatric perspective, is a decline in functioning across multiple physiological systems with an increase of vulnerability to stressors. It is associated with increased negative outcomes, such as hospitalization, institutionalization, falls, and mortality. Frailty increase progressively with age, and the prevalence is in the pink points in the females. The frailty increase with age and increase especially in females compared to males. What is important to underline is that frailty is, like the music intervention, multidimensional in nature, with physical and psychosocial factors playing a relevant part in the development and in the maintenance. So the multidimensional approach to frailty in older people, what it means from a geriatric perspective, clinical perspective, to assess all these different domains with clinimetric tools in order to have a numeric assessment of health status, functional status, mobility, cognition, mood, nutrition, physical activity, social and economic aspect. So only with a clinimetric, numerical assessment of all these domains, we will have a picture of the multidimensional frailty. This has been recognized at the higher levels. The European Medicine Agency wrote in this reflection paper in 2018 that a complete evaluation of frailty to support its management requires a multidimensional, interdisciplinary, comprehensive geriatric assessment. Take a look at this, which is the gold standard in clinical practice. Few lines below, the multidimensional prognostic index was recorded as a tool that extract information from the comprehensive geriatric assessment to categorize frailty in subgroups. But the role of the MPI, multidimensional prognostic index, is especially on its excellent prognostic value. Why is it important to have a prognostic tool? Because the prognosis has a central role in clinical decision making. And to take clinical decision making is quite difficult in front of the older people because they are a reduced life expectancy, a high number of chronic conditions. And so the predictors of mortality are not the same of the predictors of negative outcome of the single disease, but include comorbidity, different disease, and the functional status. Sure, this functional status, cognitive status, economic status may influence the negative outcomes. So we need validated tools to predict mortality in order to align this metric assessment of prognosis with the recommendations that are included in the clinical guidelines. It's not a case that EICA, the European Interdisciplinary Council on Aging, promote in this month the first European guideline on comprehensive geriatric assessment. This is the MPI, the multidimensional prognostic index, that is a combination of different clinimetric tools to assess the different domain. Is a number derived from an algorithm, a number from 0, lowest risk, to 1, highest risk of mortality, is a continuous number. With appropriate cutoff, it is possible to identify different classes of risk: mild, moderate, and severe risk of negative outcomes. More than 200 papers, articles all over the world demonstrate that MPI has clinimetric properties in terms of accuracy, calibration, generalizability, comparison with other mortality scores or frail scores, sensitivity to variation of subject during time, reliability, feasibility in clinical practice. It has been used several times as an outcome measure in randomized clinical trials of older patients. But very important is to understand that there are several versions of the MPI to be used in different settings. For example, the brief MPI is very used in the emergency departments or in primary care in general practice, while the tele-MPI is used in telemedicine. And in the hospital, very interesting was this experience from Denmark, from Aarhus University, that they established a version of the MPI from the charge record based from the clinical charge data. The other point, very important, is the usefulness in clinical decision making, and several international projects demonstrate, for example, this MPI age is an European co-funded from the European Union project, including 9 partners in Europe, and that use 3 large data sets from Veneto region in Italy, Swedish National Study on Aging in Sweden, and the TIN, the Health Improvement Network UK primary care database, that demonstrate that the MPI is useful to improve cost effectiveness of intervention in multimorbid, frail older person. And here you can find the results and the final recommendation from this project. Other projects, for example, the EuroSAFT in the frame of the European Geriatric Medicine Society, demonstrate collecting patients from 24 centers in Europe, the usefulness of the MPI in older patients with atrial fibrillation, or in the EFIChronic project, where we use the the version self-administered of the MPI in older people to demonstrate the usefulness of this tool in patients with chronic condition according to a multidimensional approach in a community dwelling setting. And at the end, I give you this suggestion to take a look at this paper that was organized by Lawrence Rubinstein. And in this table, you have example of MPI for clinical decision making in older patients with clinical condition. Which clinical condition? Metabolic disorders, malnutrition, dysphagia, diabetes, in cardiology, coronary artery disease, acute myocardial infarction, atrial fibrillation, heart failure, pulmonary infection disease, including SARS-CoV-2, oncology, nephrology, and cognitive disorders, depression, and dementia. And this was awarded from this article as in the review paper category as an outstanding publication. Technology. How to include the technology in this multidimensional context? My feeling is that mainly in two aspects important. The first is the share information. This is the multi-plat age project is co-funded by the Italian Ministry of Health and 4 Italian regions. And the technology give the opportunity to share the information collected in 5 different independent technological projects. The first, ProHome, a project on the protected discharge from the hospital. The EasyDome, a technological home care services. The Order is an ICT, information communication technology based drug prescription in nursing home. And the Actions and STIMO are 2 projects of telemedicine in physical and cognitive telerehabilitation. All these projects had the MPI as a common multidimensional approach, and the information has been shared in the different contexts in order to personalize, to develop this personalized, integrated, multi-component intervention for community-dwelling older people with multimorbidity and polypharmacy. You can find the final recommendation from the Multiplat Age Network project in this publication that it has been published last week. Okay. The opportunity that technology gave us to share the information derive also to share the tools. For example, from the Multiplat Age, the voice tool from the home page, it is possible to download the different version of the MPI and from the Google Play or App Store to download for free the MPI mobile application in order to have the opportunity with the telephone to have this the assessment through the MPI. Technological better, technology is useful also for assess multidimensional frailty, but also for monitoring, for example, motor parameters. Professor Camurri from the University of Genova will explain what it means, this pro-home project. But I can say from a clinical perspective, from a clinical point of view, that we use very low-cost technology. And with Fitbit camera, a smartwatch, and a padbot robot. And with this low-cost technology, it has been possible to have the domotic and robotic technological monitoring to obtain information on multidimensional frailty, mobility, cognitive and functional status in older people who stay in this in hospital, in Galliera Hospital, Genoa, in Italy. And in these in-hospital facilities, it has been possible through the technological that we use to have the access with the MPI and to develop a personalized clinical protocol that include physical activity, robotic protocol to prevent falls, cognitive training, one session per day at the cognitive CDCD, our Center for Cognitive Decline, education on appropriate lifestyles, nutrition, and medicine assumption, clinical and functional continuous monitoring, and music training. Music training, a relaxing musical program that has been included in the clinical protocol according to a multi-component vision of the multidimensional approach to older people. Here are the results. It's been published in Aging Clinical Experimental Research last year. And you can see that this multi-component intervention reduce multidimensional frailty as reported that the data of the MPI that remain lowest compared to baseline after also after 3 and 6 months of follow-up. But also the cognitive impairment improve with a reduction in the short portable mental status questionnaire, and improve also the nutritional status with an improvement of the mini nutritional assessment. So the music intervention for older adults, and this is the last part of my talk, is at the beginning, in my opinion, of its history. During the last 10 years, it has been possible to identify from the literature 67 studies that has been systematic reviews, 67 systematic reviews, that has been produced in Canada, in United States, in Brazil, in Europe, and also in China, and South Korea, and in Australia. And you can see green, it means positive effect. Pink, it means potential positive effect. And you can see that in psychological and cognition, and in physiology, this aspect seems to be positive or potential positive. So the conclusion of these authors is that music intervention for older adults can have positive or potentially positive effects on health outcomes, including psychological well-being, cognitive function, physiological response, quality of life, and overall well-being. However, some studies are not conclusive or are not effective. And there is now a great interest by geriatricians, by the world of the geriatric medicine on the music and older people. In the European Geriatric Medicine is the official journal of the European Geriatric Medicine Society. This very recent, a few weeks ago, has been published, narrative review of music therapy in the biomedical literature, documented that at the end, from more than 1,100 screened articles, 75 articles were interesting for us. And they divide in three main topics. The first topic is the role of music on physical health in terms of health promotion. Music listening or music training is useful for health promotion in the older people. And also for management of condition, frailty, motor disorders in Parkinson's disease, cardiovascular disease, pain, sleep. The second main topics in the brain health. Again, as a health promotion, playing a musical instrument, for example, improve the brain health promotion. And for management of conditions like depression, anxiety, cognitive impairment, and dementia. The third point, very important, is the social health. That includes the quality of life, health promotion, of management of a condition like, for example, the social isolation, loneliness, or to reduce the caregiver stress. Is another interesting topic for research. This meta-analysis and systematic review, British Medical Journal Open, few weeks ago, 2025, include in the selection 17 studies with 1,075 participants compared to the same number of controls. The main problem is methodological, the different definition of frailty. 4 studies define frailty according to the phenotypic model of Linda Fried. One with the South Korea frailty score that is a Korean version of the multidimensional prognostic index. And the key on Japanese 15 items is in the middle. But 10 out of 17 studies are not specify which frailty they are talking. Also, the physical outcomes are quite difficult to standardize, and emotional health outcomes, also the social support, quality of life, satisfaction, cognitive function are different approaches and different tools. In any case, at the end, the overall conclusion is that the exercise with music may help to improve frail older adults' physical and emotional health and potentially reduce the burden of frailty. However, again, further investigation is needed as the evidence has a very low level of certainty. In this recent systematic review is concentrate on older participant, quite older, aged from 63 to 68, participant from cardiac and pulmonary rehabilitation. Again, the results seems indicate that the music approach improve the duration of physical activity, the weekly minutes of moderate physical activity, and the 6-minute walking test, with a significant reduce of daily sedentary hours. And so, again, the authors are very cautious, no? There is uncertainty in the current evidence, but listening to music may lead to small increases in physical activity in older adults. And listening to music while walking may lead to improved exercise capacity. And so, rehabilitation professionals may consider using music listening in their approach to the rehabilitation program. And I will show two very briefly, two other aspects. The results are more clear with the use of motor and the combination of the music and dance and the synchronization with the rhythm in patients with Parkinson's disease. In this systematic review, it has been demonstrated that cadence, velocity, stride length, and mobility improve significantly in patients with Parkinson's disease who underwent a music therapy program. Music-based interventions are effective for the improvement of some motor symptoms. Evidence for non-motor symptoms, that it means cognitive impairment and depression, are again further high-quality studies are needed. And this study, I will show you this because introduce in this context two other aspects. The setting, nursing home residents with dementia. And in this project, very interesting, they reduce the depression with 2 weeks of music intervention. Which kind of music? A music intervention. A music intervention with the active participation of patients. That include singing, music, movement, dancing with music, and music instrumental, the guitar, the keyboards, or drums, for example. Another interesting aspect is the involvement of the nursing assistant. The certificate, what it means, trained nursing assistant give the opportunity to stabilize the excellent results in reducing depression in nursing home residents with dementia. And another aspect, this is again, the proof that there is a great interest in the geriatric medicine. The Aging Clinic Experimental Research is a leading journal in geriatric medicine. And few weeks ago, they published this systematic review on the neurological effects of music-making intervention for older adults. Again, methodological heterogeneity, limited comparability, but preliminary findings suggest potential changes. There is insufficient evidence to draw firm conclusions. So, high quality trials, high quality studies are needed again. And last point is the relationship between a concept, a multidimensional concept, the concept of musicality and hearing loss. In this innovative vision from these colleagues from the Nashville University in Tennessee, Nashville, they suggest that the musicality could be in relation with an increase in speech partition in noise among older people, and in prosodic perception, in reading skill, and also in aspect of second foreign language learning. Is a new hypothesis to be tested. And this new hypothesis, I think that this group could be interested in collect this information. It has been published 2 or 3 weeks ago on JAMA, otorino laryngo head and neck surgery. At the end, in conclusion, it is clear from a geriatric perspective that music is a useful support for older adults' well-being. And there are different approaches, different outcomes in terms of well-being benefits, both individuals, both and social. And so promoting accessibility and adaptation to age-related changes is a very significant for our point of view. Of course, as you can see here, this approach is or better, multi or better, Antonio, transdisciplinary, because they are, you can see here the journal that are involved. Music and arts, medicine, health, nursing and therapy, geriatrics journal, gerontology and geriatric journal, psychology, and other, for example, engineering. The main limit to measure the effect of music intervention is heterogeneity. Inclusion, exclusion criteria, participant, healthy or older with health problems, frailty, definition, tools, multidimensional frailty. Is difficult to think to a multidimensional frailty. The outcome, psychological, physical, cognitive, quality of life, again, a multidimensional outcomes approach, and methods, receptive music, hearing music, making music, living music, activities accompanied by music. But at the end, I agree completely with this author. In our current reality, where life expectancy is increasing and healthy aging is progressively more common, the role of music in older adults' everyday life deserves more scientific attention. So I start with heterogeneity of aging, and multidimensional approach, healthy aging versus frailty, technology, assessment, monitoring, and management, and the role of the multi-component intervention. Multi-component intervention need to include music intervention, hearing, making, living music, and also environmental musical landscape, for example. Why not? Dr. Cera will tell about this. My feeling is that if we adopt this program, we can really improve healthy aging. We can improve resilience. This is a new concept that we start to explore, and we start to explore with the music, with the art, with the Dance Arte Emotional Wellbeing Technology Project. Professor Kamuri will explain after this project. But I tell you that by my side is a multi-component intervention that involves visual, sensorial stimulation, acoustic stimulation, physical activity, dance, cognitive recognition, memory stimulation, social interaction. And the results after the treatment, the application of this program is that there is a significant improvement after 3 and after 6 months of the resilience in nursing home residents with dementia. And this is my last slide. And I should like to remember this title of a book written by Wynton Marsalis. Wynton Marsalis is the leading jazz man in the world. That wrote in 2008, Moving to Higher Ground, like us today here, moving to higher ground, how jazz can change your life. I completely agree with him. After 60 years of jazz in my life, I was 80 years on the upside on the left, and now 68. And I confirm that jazz can change your life. I agree with him. And I agree also that we are doing something new and something important for healthy aging and to improve resilience. Thank you. Thank you very much for you.
Thank you, Professor Pilotto. This was really excellent overview, and it actually really highlights the fact that the field is hot now, so it's the right moment to act, because most of the systematic reviews you showed just came out just a few weeks ago. So it's really, and I wasn't aware of them. So thank you so much for showing them. And now we leave the floor to Professor Wust. We'll talk about groove on the aging brain. So we'll keep talking about jazz. So for yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elvira, for inviting me to this wonderful place. I haven't been here since I was 18 years old. And I only remember that the St. Marcus place was filled with people. But now I've seen how beautiful this place can be. Thank you very much. And thank you. Okay. No problem. Thank you also for asking me to speak more generally on music, what it does to the brain, because I know absolutely, I do know something, but I couldn't say anything about technology, and I can only say very little about aging. But we do have a couple of age-relevant studies that I'll show also. But just to tell you who I am, I'm a jazz musician. I'm professor at the Royal Academy of Music in Aarhus, Denmark. And I just released my new record 2 weeks ago. Very much still a working musician. But I'm also professor at Aarhus University, and I lead the Center for Music in the Brain because I have a master's in mathematics and a PhD in neuroscience. Anyway, I just read an interview a couple of days ago with Clint Eastwood, who turned 95, and they asked him about the secret. And he said, "Don't let the old man in." And I think I think that music is a way not to let the old man in and not to be too personal. My dad is 92 years old, and even though his knee hurts, he's mentally really well going, and he plays in 3 different orchestras. So the problem is that it's very hard to see him because he's always practicing either by himself or with the orchestra or playing concerts. And of course, this is anecdotal evidence for music, but I think I can see how well music is actually able to provide both enormous pleasure in people's lives and actually also making sure that they move and move around to concerts and move to music. That's basically what I'm going to talk about today. Did I change the slide? Or how does this work? I hope that I can change the slides from here. What? Oh, no, 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 no. Get back, thanks. Okay, so the center that Elvira is also very much part of is at Aarhus University, and it's a collaboration with the Royal Academy of Music. We basically scan people's brains while they're listening to music. We also do behavioral studies, of course, and are also interested in clinical applications of music. But we'll get back to that. If you think about, in general, our field, what is the most important question, or what is the underlying question? I think the question of why we as human beings have music in the first place is the question that everybody must be asking themselves, because basically the animals have very little resemblance to what we know as music. And Charles Darwin had a theory about this, and he said basically that we have music in order to seek mates. So, like this peacock hen has this enormous tail and very colorful tail. The bigger it is, the easier it is for him to attract the female peacocks. And I don't know if you can see the similarity to music, but the idea that Charles Darwin had, and that was in 1871 in his second book, The Descent of Man, was of course that the males are going on stage like these 4 guys from Liverpool that you all know. And what do the females do? They cry, "I love Ringo." They scream for them. And I especially like this girl who got a hold of George Harrison. It's a little bit difficult for him to actually play and sing. But anyway, something is not that good with this theory, and we can just get back to that in a moment. But there is some evidence for this. Peter Keller, who is also a professor at our center, did this wonderful study in Leipzig with St. Thomas Choir. And what he did was basically, this choir is one of the best boys choirs in the world. And they had this week where they had to practice every day and sing a concert every evening. And half of the times he had only males in the audience, And half of the times he had placed, or Peter Keller had placed, 4 females, 15-year-old females, on the front row. And what happens to what does actually happen to the way they sing? Because he was recording them from microphones. Well, they changed the way they sing when the girls are present, and I cannot use this, I can see. But on the top, you can see how the sound spectrum looks, what it looks like when the females are present. And you can see they enhance what is known as the singer's formant, and that is if you really want to be heard in a crowd, you enhance the singer's formant, especially the basses, which were also the oldest of the singers. So this is a little bit like when you have the cicadas, where they are all trying to synchronize, but they are also trying to be the loudest because that improves their possibility of spreading their genes. And if you ask people, and he did that in a big internet study, can you hear the difference between the 2 types of singing here? You can see that males and females are equally good at recognizing which is which, but only the females show a preference for the top one. So there's something about Charles Darwin's theory that shouldn't be discarded completely. One thing that is super problematic of his explanation is that in the animal world, it's almost always the males who have developed a nice song, a nice dance, some has a tail or something that it can attract the females with. The females have to sort of stay on the eggs, but for humans, we are equally good at producing music, and we are also equally interested in the other sex at stage. So there's probably a different reason, and that's what I'm going to talk about for the rest of this this talk. And that's group coherence, the thing that what really makes music important for humans and has been so in all societies that we know and back in time is that it creates some kind of group coherence. It makes you it makes it possible for you to work better together. And before I get into the science, I'll show you an excerpt from the most famous Danish pop artist at the moment. I actually tried to hire him for we have a concert with 8 pop singers every year, and I had tried to hire him for this this concert, and it was not possible. I would say his fee was a little bit outside the limits of what was possible, but he actually makes really nice music. But what you'll see here is a transition from the A part to the B part, that will say from the verse to the chorus. And you can see what happens to the audience when he gets into the chorus. Now comes the chorus. So forth. And as you could probably see in the chorus, they suddenly start to move. So what is it about the music that makes them start to move? And here we come to the concept of syncopations. And I would, for some of you, syncopations might not be what you know, but it's actually up here in the corner. A syncopation is a beat that falls between, if it's a 4/4 meter march, it will fall between the beats that you're supposed to be moving on. So this is very important. There's a beat here that falls between these beats, and there's no beat on the actual movement beat. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. This is a syncopation. So in the verse, there are no syncopations. So in the chorus, on the other side, there are lots of syncopations. And syncopation is what we believe is probably the most important factor for having, getting people to move. And we did this study many years ago, Maria Witek and I, my former PhD and postdoc, and we made a very simple study that went from no syncopations to a lot of syncopations. So you just had simple drum rhythm, something like that. And in one end you had simple, and in the other end complex. So it would go something like this from one end to the other. Something like that. So in the middle, I hope you could feel that you could still feel the 4 beats of the meter. And it turns out that if you ask people about this, and this was at this time we had 65 participants. Now this has been done so many times. We have much more than 1,000 participants to do this. And if you look at this, you can see there's a very tiny sweet spot in the middle where there's a balance between the meter and I mean the 4/4 beat and the amount of syncopation. So in one end, it's too boring. In the other end, you cannot feel the 4 meters, so you wouldn't want to move to it, if you should say this very simply. And what happens in the brain when you listen to these very groovy rhythms is that you have areas for motor, and especially premotor areas, and you have, like for instance, also the caudate in the basal ganglia, and you also have areas that are related to pleasure in the orbitofrontal cortex, also close to the basal ganglia in the nucleus accumbens. So this inverted U shape, that basically means that what you stimulate is both the motor system and the pleasure system. Some might think dopamine when they think about this, because this is exactly the 2 things that dopamine is also stimulating. Anyway, so we have done this, and lots of other centers have done these studies. These are only a few of our studies. We have looked at age. We can see that age is, and I'll get back to that just in a little while, but there's a difference according to age. The inverted U becomes flatter. I'll get back to that. With musicianship, you also need more syncopation in order to make musicians move. There's also a cultural aspect of it. The one on the left was done with Ghanaians, people from Ghana, and North Americans, and the one on the right side is very new and was done by Matthias Klarlund, Elvira's student, who showed the difference between Danish participants and Chinese participants in the way that this U-shaped is formed. A very new study that was just published 2 weeks ago is also in addiction. It seems that addiction to heroin and cocaine makes the U-shape different. Actually, these addicts, they actually like the highly syncopated rhythms much more than people who doesn't have a habit. Also, harmony, we also have a U-shaped curve. There's also a difference between musicians and non-musicians. And we have shown that actually CI users, they can get a lot of pleasure, and they get the U-shaped curve just as people who have normal hearing, which is, I think, pretty nice, because that means that whereas it is very difficult for people with a CI to understand songs and harmony and melody, it's much easier for them with the rhythm aspect. And the Parkinson's disease, I'll get back to just in a little while. But just before we get to that, I would like to talk about the mechanisms. How does this actually work? And if you think about syncopation, then what I said before, what we think is happening is that you have the 4/4. If you just get, the brain will soon figure out something else and more interesting to do. But every time you have a syncopation, the brain and the body will have to say, it's not completely right. So you would like to move to it because otherwise you cannot feel the 4 beats of the meter. And that leads to emotion, and over time that will also lead to learning. So now we're getting into the theories about how the brain actually works and how it functions. And one of the most common theories about how the brain works nowadays is the predictive coding theory that actually states that the main job that the brain has is to predict the future. And if you think about it, then if you have a 4/4 meter, it's actually a prediction of the future. So 1, 2, 3, 4, strong, weak, strong, weak. So it's a prediction of what is going to happen next. Whereas a 3/4 meter could be a completely different prediction. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, strong, weak, weak, strong, weak, weak. So the brain, when it listens to these syncopated rhythms, has to figure out, is it a 4/4 meter so that I can move to it? And sometimes you will even have rhythms that are ambiguous, so that you can hear both a 4/4 meter and a 3/4 meter in them. For instance, this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And as you can probably hear, and I'll try to do it again, when I shift my counting from 4/4 to 3/4, it changes sound. So the experience of the world will change whether you hear a certain song as a 4/4 meter or as a 3/4 meter. Try to hear the difference in what your brain processes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So it sort of changes the sound into this horse-like sound. So this leads me to how we think, or at least at my center and Elvira's center, we think about how the brain actually works. We think that what the brain does, and this is not my theory, it's the predictive coding theory, is that it's trying to make sense of the world, so it builds a model for predicting the future, in this case a 4/4 meter. Then in comes some kind of stimulus. And if it just fits the model, the brain doesn't have to work. But if it doesn't fit the model, the brain has to calculate whether the model it has of predicting the world is correct given the input. So over time, this will change your perception of the world. That will mean that you experience something, but you might also learn something over time in the process. And of course, this is very different from person to person, but in principle, a very important take-home message is that music is not anything in itself. The world isn't anything in itself. It becomes something when it meets the brain, and depending on the predictive models that we have, it can become different things. A very big problem in the world today also. Anyway, so this was from a paper that Stefan Kölsch and I wrote together with Carl Friston. And this is basically showing what the predictive coding inside the brain is thought to be doing. You have a sensory input. If it fits the model, nothing needs to happen. If it doesn't fit the model, then the brain will try to minimize the difference between its model and the incoming stimulus. And it does that in a cascade from bottom up to top down, where it calculates, either gives it a new prediction, or it resamples the world in order to get a new sense of the incoming stimulus. Anyway, that's a big mathematical model and very, very, very interesting for a mathematician. But just to tell you how you can look at how that model is actually what it is doing in the brain. This is my first study ever in 2005, where I showed that if you have a rhythm and you break it, either with a syncopation or something that is completely wrong, then you get a mismatch negativity, which is something that you can measure either, as you see here, with EEG or with MEG on the right side. But at least you get this marker of something has happened to which is not according to my prediction. It's a bump on the waveform which arises in the event-related potential from 110 milliseconds to around 250 milliseconds, a little bit depending on the stimulus. And the important thing, so this is a prediction error. So now there is an error that the brain has to resolve. And but very importantly, this prediction error is weighted by the precision. So and this was done by Massimo Lumaca. As you can hear, his name is Italian. He is Italian. And what he did was that he showed that if you have, depending on the context, so if you have an isochronous rhythm, tick, 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 or a little bit more complicated rhythm, tim, 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 or something like that, or an even higher entropy, a more complex rhythm, then the prediction error will be downweighted if there's a higher entropy. That means if the context is more complex, then you won't hear the wrong note or the wrongly placed note so easily. And that led me to propose this simple model of why we get the inverted U. So if you think about it before, you are going in this direction, you have more and more syncopated rhythms. So that means that the syncopation will go up, but the precision will go down. So the weighing of the syncopation for the brain will result in this inverted U shape. And you do not have to be a mathematician to understand that if you time the two upper parts, you get the lower curve. So, but recently we have been modeled this more carefully, and this was done by Thomas Matthews and together with the Canadian mathematician Jonathan Cannon, where we did a Bayesian models of how we extract the meter from these rhythms. So again, we are thinking we get this incoming rhythm. We need to figure out, is it a 4/4 meter or a 3/4 meter, for instance, or is it just the null template? So either the model will pick the 4/4 meter or it'll pick the null template in this case. So if you give them the three different types of rhythm, low, medium, and highly syncopated rhythms, then you can see that for the low syncopation and the medium syncopation, it will still choose the 4/4 meter. So the model will try to hold on to the 4/4 meter in the low and the medium syncopated rhythms, but for the high, it will lose it and go for the null template. But when you look at the surprisal that the system experiences, then it will just be a straight line up. It won't be like an inverted U. So something else has to happen in order to get the inverted U. And that's actually if you add a metronome. So here you are thinking that the rhythms are just tick, 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 or tick, 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 tick. In order to get an inverted U, you had to add a metronome. So that doesn't need to be in the stimulus. But according to the model, the brain could add a metronome. It could try to move. It could resample the environment by moving so that it actually And if you do that, you can see that the syncope or the surprisal in the medium syncopated rhythms go down. And if you subtract these two curves, you get the inverted U and exactly how it actually looks. This is exactly how the inverted U looks when you see it. So the inverted U could be a result of the possibility to reduce prediction error by moving. So, do we have any evidence that this could be so? And here we go to a different type of analysis that was made popular by Sylvie Nossaradon from Belgium. And she has done what is known as frequency tagging of group. So on the left side here, you have the incoming sound. Then you record it by, for instance, EEG, or in this case, MEG. And then you do a fast Fourier transform of all the channels or the selected channels, and you get different frequencies that stand out in the brain signal. And now comes the really interesting part. If you then take the frequencies that are in the stimulus and the frequencies in the brain and normalize them so that they can be compared and subtract them, then for the low end, and this is also isochronous, so that's just the metronome on the left side, and for the low end and for the high end, you get no difference between what is coming in and what the brain produces for the meter or all the different meter related frequencies. But exactly for the medium syncopated rhythms, the brain will come up with a lot of meter related activity in the brain, which means this is what the brain adds. So this is exactly the metronome that the brain actually adds. If you look at that in the brain, the areas that are important for this is the Heschel dryas, so the auditory cortex. That makes good sense. That's where the incoming stimulus is coming, and then also parts of the motor system. So these two things we believe is the motor system going with the meter and the incoming stimulus being represented in the auditory cortex. I can talk more about this, but now I'll go to the aging part. And just to say that old people also have groove.
Kylie Minogue came to St. James's Palace to perform this song in 2012. The song is The Locomotion, and this is music for dancing. Again, it has that infectious energy, which makes it, I find, incredibly hard to sit still.
I like this. I can also do the twist. Anyway.
Emotionally repressed.
Yes.
The royal family.
Yes, so at least a finger. Anyway, this will become relevant just in a little while, because as I showed you before, when you have people according to age, and as you can see, we have quite a substantial amount of participants, then what happens in the brain is that with age, it will be flattening. Not so much for harmony, by the way, but it will be flattening with age. And what our modeling has shown is that what happens here is that it becomes harder for them to keep the meter. So that is this flattening. Okay, I cannot really find the meter here. So this is basically what happens. In PD patients, I would like you to go to the lower slide first. What we have shown is that for PD patients, and this is not very surprising in a way, is that whereas people without PD, age matched, of course, will still think that the medium syncopated rhythms are the ones we want to move to, then the PD patients, they only like the low ones. And if I could point to this, you can see that what happens in the brain, this is connectivity analysis. And in these connectivity analysis, you can see that for the medium syncopated rhythms, there's a normal controls, you have a lot of connectivity from the auditory cortices to the premotor or the supplementary motor areas in this case. Whereas this is mostly pronounced for the low syncopated rhythms for PD patients, and for the high syncopated rhythms, you have anti-correlation between the auditory areas and the premotor areas. So this goes completely out of whack. So this is why I've seen courses with salsa for Parkinson patients. Very bad idea. It's almost impossible to find the downbeat in salsa music. Tango, on the other side, I've also seen courses which has a very clear sense of the meter and not so many syncopations, is much more recommendable for these. But if you go up, you can see that there's actually, and these are PD patients that are matched for symptoms, but there's still a very strong relation to age. Age is also important in order for them to move. So the inverted U will actually almost disappear with age in Parkinson patients. Okay, I don't have much time. I'll go relatively quickly over the last thing. This is auditory memory. That is a completely other line, and I haven't been talking about, I've only been talking about rhythm, but of course, music is basically rhythm, melody, and harmony. So we also have a lot of studies in melody and harmony, also predictive coding studies. But auditory memory functions are unevenly affected by aging. And this just shows that for the short-term memory, for melody, there's not any significant, at least, difference between young and old participants. By the way, there are 40 and 37 participants in each group, so it's not a large study. But that's because it's also an MED study. For rhythm, however, there's a difference between young and old participants in the memory function, in short-term memory functions. For the long-term memory, people or normal aging people will who has this old new test, which is a long-term memory test, are no difference in things that they remember. But if they have novel musical material, there's a difference, which is probably due to the harder encoding of novelty. Working memory, no difference in this, but there seems to be a difference. So it's probably a question of not enough power in the study. And musical training, there was no difference in this study. Anyway, so what you can see here is that if you look at the MED studies, then there's a very interesting thing, and that is that for the memorized music, then older adults have reduced neural activity in memory-related regions, but stronger activity in auditory regions when they try to memorize the melodies than young people. And this means that there must be a difference in strategy in how they remember. They are equally good at remembering these melodies, as I showed you before, but they do it in a different way, where older people rely more on the auditory cortices, and younger people can rely more of hippocampal areas in the brain. If you then look at when you have to encode new melodies, then older adults have reduced activity at brain regions related to decision-making projects in the frontal part or prefrontal areas, parts of the brain, for the novelty. And that means that must probably be this part of the brain that is not functioning as well as the young people, and that's why they score lower in the behavioral studies. Anyway, this is a part of a big study that was done by Leonardo Bonetti and his PhD student, now postdoc, Gemma Fernandez Rubio. And this is very interesting predictive coding wise, because we can actually, with this data, show how the higher order, how the difference between lower level areas in the auditory cortex and higher order areas in the hippocampal areas and the medial prefrontal regions, of how the information processing, actually the time difference between this information processing. You see, this is it's a technique called dynamic causal modeling, where you can actually feed it different models, and all these studies for all the different studies we have done show that these models that are in accordance with the predictive coding model actually win. So anyway, so there's also, I could have talked a lot about predictive coding of melody. I'll not do that. I could have talked about predictive coding of harmony, even though this has only been, this is a paradigm that we did on top of the paradigm invented by Stefan Kölsch. But there's also a lot to be said about that. Stefan would probably be better at giving that talk than me, I guess. But just to end, I'll say that we have a lot of clinical research at Center for Music and the Brain, also relevant for aging. We are very interested in pain. We are very interested in Parkinson's disease. We have been interested in chronic lung disorder, cochlear implantees. We are still working a lot with autism, cancer, noise sensitivity, and insomnia is a big thing led by Kia VB Jespersen here. And as Elvira mentioned, some of this can be, and other people's work can be seen in this white paper that is freely available on the net, Music Interventions in Healthcare. And if you're more interested in predictive coding or music, we published a Nature Reviews Neuroscience review a couple of years ago. And these are all the some of the lovely people that have been doing this research. You can see Elvira on the number 2 from the right, I think. Anyway, I just want to make I usually would never do this, but I'll make a little bit of advertisement for my new record since it just came out. You know, it's not that easy to sell jazz these days. So I'll give you some groovy music that goes from something where it's hard to find the meter to something that I hope you can be rocking to. It comes here. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for listening.
Peter, excellent. Great. I've just a question because we discuss tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I missed it. These models, like for meter model,
Yeah.
do we have to develop it, or is it genetically?
No. We have to develop it. Yeah, I mean, there's really good research done by Laurel Trainer's group in Canada that shows that if you bump babies to either 3/4 meter or 4/4 meter for an ambiguous rhythm, then the baby will later remember this and move to the meter that it has been bumped to. So, but
it's the baby.
yes.
You know, the question I'm asking, completely different, but I do Carnival in Basel, which is famous. There's a lot of drums.
Yeah.
And usually people walk extremely behind the drums. And I think, you know, within the WAMP, you lie directly on the aorta of your mother. And you hear for 9 months always the same rhythm. That's different, like when you shake the baby. And I think when you lie in the aorta, it's more 4/4.
You know, there are many cultures where 4/4 is actually strange. So I mean, if you go to Balkan, they actually it's so easy for them to play 7/8, and it's not that easy for them to play 4/4. But I think there's a lot of research in this, and I mean, this is not categorical in this sense, but of course, the ability to extract the beat, I think, is something that our brains can do. Maybe some of my colleagues would differ, but I think that ability is very special to humans, and we don't really know any animals that can do this in a convincing way. Yeah, yeah.
Sì, forse sì.
Yeah.
And my question is, yes, what if you slow down the BPM?
Ah, we haven't tried that because, and that's a really good suggestion. But in our original studies, we had 3 different tempi, and it didn't in normal in people who are not ill, and it didn't make any difference to our results whether it was slow, medium, or high tempo. So we stopped, and now we're only basically doing it in one tempo. But it's an interesting. Yeah, I think it's what you would. It's 96 BPM. So that means that in hertz. 1.7, something like that, 6 maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
But I need to move, and we have the opportunity tomorrow moment to explore more in details this. It is a great pleasure to introduce Alois Saller. He is a professor of medicine at the University of Padua. And his talk is Alois.
Thank you. I would like to thanks Stefania for this great opportunity to participate on this wonderful meeting. And I'm director of an internal medicine department in Padua. And the connection to music is because I graduate in Germany in violin, and I started to play violin at 6 years. And so I have a big experience in music, and my talk now is about music-related brain changes in aging. But I must control for the... Okay. So, I start with this famous paper from 93 from Rauscher. Listening to 10 minutes to Mozart music implies the enhancement of reasoning skills solving spatial problems compared to relaxation and silence instruction. And this was called music Mozart effect. And so I will start to hear with you some apart from the music from Mozart 448, and the players are two famous piano players. One is Martha Argerich, and the other is Barenboim, Daniel Barenboim. And both are born, it's interesting, born in Buenos Aires, and both had more than 80 years. Okay, so a flurry of research activity in the last few years focused on music therapy and the notion that music makes you smarter. And Albert Einstein said, I often think in music and I see my life in terms of music. The relationship between active arts such as music and health is increasingly at the center of interest of the academic world, based on solid evidence and scientific progress. An attempt is made to increasingly grasp up a biological plausibility to define the concept of health. Music has been, we heard it, has been applied in the context of various important clinical conditions such as cardiovascular disorders, cancer, pain, epilepsy, depression, and dementia. So the World Health Organization defined health, a state of complete physiological, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And the factors that we believe to influence the state of health depend on the state of the knowledge and scientific progress. So in the 16th, was discovery of DNA by Watson and Crick, and in the 17th was the lifestyle. So in the 18th was the emphasis was made to place on the environment and education, and in the 19th, health, eating, and social status. And only recent research has been able to give an important and positive role of influencing health state to arts and culture. The power of music eliciting mental and physical well-being was already recognized by the ancient Greeks. Pythagoras was said to affect the souls of people by diatonic, chromatic, and enharmonic tunes. Plato suggested for the structure of the soul the same proportion of the musical intervals. And Asclepiades was a Greek physician, used music as a remedy for mental illness and brightening up depressive patients. And in the Arabic world, the musician was an assistant of the physician. So to better understand the effects of music on the organism, I would start by analyzing the origin of the sound. Sound waves are mechanical longitudinal waves which propagate in elastic media. The frequency of the audible waves range between 20 and 20,000 hertz. 1 hertz is 1 cycle per second. So, to be correct, the acoustic waves that we hear are only a minimal part of the waves that around us and hit us. Just think about the waves in the frequency in the order of 2 and 10 megahertz, like this. This is an imaging from an unborn baby obtained by ultrasound waves. Now, this is a periodic waveform. You can hear it. This is a non-periodic waveform. It's like a noise. Okay. Noise sends vibration or sound waves through the air. The human eardrums is a stretched membrane, is here, like a skin of a drum. When the sound waves hit our eardrum, it vibrates. The tympanic membrane is connected to the ear, bones, and the middle ear, in the middle ear, that mechanically carry the sound waves to the frequency-sensitive cochlea in the inner drum. And in the inner drum here, making use the cochlear hair cells, organ of Corti, the sound waves are converted into neural signals, which are passed to the brain via the auditory nerve. And the vibration of the basilar membrane is in the form of a wave which originates from the basal turn of the cochlea and propagates to the apex. The amplitude peak of the wave falls in the specific place. Look like this.
So here we are with a view of the cochlea. The cochlea now uncoils, and we look at the basilar membrane, and now see what happens when we play individual tones. Now a chord, and finally something really complex.
So, from the cochlea, the signal reaches the basal ganglia, which are a group of subcortical nuclei, strongly interconnected with the cerebral cortex. In particular, the amygdala, which has been demonstrated with functional neuroimaging studies modulated with the music. The amygdala is involved in the processing of emotions such as happiness, anxiety, anger, annoyancy, interaction with the sympathetic and parasympathetic. A lot of musical parameters have been studied and their effects on neuronal activation. I here just list 4. Tempo in music is the speed or the pace of a given piece. In classic music, tempo is typically indicated with an instruction on the beginning on the piece, tempo rubato, allegro, moderato. Consonance and dissonance in music is the impression of stability and repose, case of consonance, and relation to the impression of roughness, in case of dissonance. Volume is the loudness of the sound, and tension. Tension and entropy are expressions of thermodynamics. The concept is that there is a transformation that brings a stable system from an initial state A to a new state B, releasing energy during the passage from A to B. Or the tension is therefore modulated by an initial structure break. It's called violation, which releases energy. The emotional effect of the violations of predictions includes surprise, and irregular, unexpected chord functions evoke activity changes in the amygdala. But to understand that, what are the unexpected chord functions, you must have some notion in harmony in music. What is harmony? Harmony is one of the three dimensions of the music: melody, harmony, and rhythm. Melody is the horizontal dimension. It means the succession of sounds that make up a tune. And harmony, there are simultaneous soundings of two or more notes creating chords. Chords are built from the bottom up, forming a vertical structure. In harmony, in functional harmony, diatonic tones, chords have one of the three possible functions. The tonic, it's called home chord, the subdominant, and the dominant. Subdominant chord functions want to resolve to a dominant chord, and finally dominant chord want to resolve back home to the home chord. This succession is called expected chord function, like this: tonic, it's MIDI. It's not very nice, but okay. This is another expected chord function. From tonic, you go to subdominant, you return to tonic, and then you go to dominant function. Return to tonic, tonic, sub, dominant, and return to dominant. And this is an unexpected chord function. You can call it dissonance. And functional neuroimaging studies on music and emotion show that music can modulate activity in brain structures that are known to be structurally involved in emotions, such as the amygdala. So, my friend Stefan published this data. He analyzed a sequence of harmonies of a choral from Johann Sebastian Bach. Red bars indicate that dominant is the most frequent function that follows the tonic function, indicate conventionally with Roman 1. Therefore, the entropy in this area in the graph is low, and as we move away from the ordinate axis, the entropy increases. You can hear it. This is the choral. Okay. So, in the neuroendocrine system, two subsystems regulate hormonal stress responses that might be activated during music-evoked emotion. It's the HPA axis and the beta endorphins. Studies have shown that listening to meditative classic music significantly reduces cortisol levels. And beta endorphins are produced by the brain with analgesic properties, and studies have shown that administration of relaxation music leads to a significant decrease in the concentration of beta endorphins. There is indication for music administration before and during surgery. The clinical effects of music are widely published, but I want to make a little observation first. The studies conducted on the effects of music are very heterogeneous in terms of the setting of the study protocol and in terms of data collections. Studies often did not clearly specify the style of music used, the pace of the music, if self-collected music or music selected by the investigator, if rhythm-based music or music based on an isochronous pulse, or music without or with lyrics, passive listening or active music production, and music delivery type, headphones, speakers, live music, it's very heterogeneous. So I would start about the effects of music on the heart rate, and Stefan published this paper, and heart rate variability is an expression of the balance of the autonomic nervous system. Higher heart rate variability generally indicates a better cardiovascular fitness and potential greater resilience to stress. There is a decrease of heart rate variability in response to music, if pleasant or unpleasant or slow or fast or an only isochronous pulse. And so he concludes that music alone has that the tactus or beat of music alone has a pivotal role in the autonomic nervous system response to music. Another interesting paper, this in addition to the heart rate, if you know, the stretching of the T wave is an expression of myocardial ischemic stress. This is a T wave here. And this study demonstrated how patients who are being stimulated by a musical stimulus show an increase in the amplitude of the T wave. Really, the opposite of T wave stretching. This opens up speculative aspects with chronic ischemic heart disease by music, like in the cardiac intensive care unit. I would like to return briefly to the mechanical sound waves. Hitting a tuning fork like this, the sound waves propagate in a linear way around the source, and these waves are able to activate another tuning fork so that it starts to vibrate without to have been hit. In physics, we call this resonance phenomenon. So the resonance phenomenon is an oscillating system capable of absorbing energy from an external source, but only at a precise frequency. Look at this experiment. Arranging several metronomes with the same speed set on the same surface, like this, and activating the pendulum in an irregular way, as you can see here, you can observe the departure of the pendulums in a desynchronized way. But after some minutes, they will align with each other until they are completely synchronized. Look. Now they begin to synchronize. The reason for this is that each pendulum transmits an acoustic impulse which produces a change in the swing speed of the other pendulum. The synchronization of acoustic impulse is a relevant phenomenon, not only for physics, but also in physiology and biology. Just think the heart rhythm, the hormone rhythms, the regulation of many metabolic rhythms in accordance with the day-night alteration, even at the cellular level. But when returning to the fact of the vibration of the organism, when we study the effect of music on the organism, it will be necessary to consider the global effect of acoustic waves, that is, those picked up through the ear and transformed into the neuronal signal, and those taken up with the whole body, down to the cellular level, tissues that mediate acoustic waves at the body level are above skin, muscle, and bone. How can we study the effect of sound waves on the body? So with Stefania, we designed a study in collaboration with a company from Padua, Vibro, is your name, with produces beds through applied exciters, make the surface of the bed vibrate like a violin of a sounding board. These acoustic waves generated by the resonance box propagate in the solid or liquid tissue in contact with the bed, like in this case, water, generating small waves up to bubbles, depending on the applied frequency. We can apply audible frequencies like music, like this, but also frequencies which are not audible, but which generate mechanical effects on the tissue. So we did an experimental study on clinical effects of rhythmic sensory vibration combined with music in mild, moderate hypertension. And it was a monocentric study. We included patients with mild to moderate hypertension, and on day 1, the participants relaxed from a lying position on the vibratory bed for 40 minutes. This was the control phase, and on day 2, the same patients received vibration session after acclimatization. The vibrations were homogeneous at a frequency of 40 Hertz. On the end of the participants received a combination, a vibratory session by homogeneous 40 Hertz vibration combined with relaxed music. We collected salivary samples at the 5 time points during each phase, and clinical parameters were assessed during each phase. Heart rate variability was assessed by using a thorax device for the whole duration of the study, the Garmin, and perceived stress was evaluated using the visual analog scale for stress. These are the clinical features. All patients were in antihypertensive treatment, and beta blockers were stopped for the study. About systolic and diastolic blood pressure, we observed a reduction in the vibration phase without combination with music. No difference were observed in heart rate, breath frequency, and oxygen saturation between day 1 and day 2. The visual analog scale for stress was significantly reduced in both days and without vibration or music. There was no significant reduction in cortisol and cortisone level between day 1 and day 2. However, heart rate variability was lower in the vibration phase of day 2 as compared to control phase without vibration in day 1. And we could observe a further reduction in heart rate variability with the combination with vibration and music. So this is in according to the data published by Stefan Kölsch, and future studies are necessary to specify how reduction of stress, relaxation, or activation with vibration and music contributes to the changes in the spectral component of heart rate variability. So in conclusion, the 5 aspects of musical life: music education, everyday use of music, community music, music therapy, music and medicine, are at the center why music has powerful health benefits. Music researchers have shown that brain synapses grow stronger through use and are weakened through disuse. And children with music training had significantly better verbal memory than their counterparts without training. The benefits of conveyed by music education can be grouped in 4 categories: success in society, success in school, success in developing intelligence, and in life. What's about success in healthy aging? Aging is a natural process and is often associated with an increased incidence of cognitive impairment. Physical exercise, diet, and leisure activities are some of the lifestyle factors that contribute to healthy aging. What about music? So this is an interesting study. This is a study published on the Carnatic music. Carnatic music is like our classical music, is a tradition music from the South India, known for its vocal focus and complex melodies based on melodic frameworks, it's called ragas, and rhythmic cycles, called talas. So 51 healthy elderly individuals aged from 50 to 80 years were selected for the study. Participants were divided in 2 groups: active musicians trained in Carnatic music and non-musicians. Musicians had significantly better visual spatial abilities as compared to non-musicians. Visual spatial abilities are the cognitive skills that allow individuals to understand, perceive, and interact with the visual world and its spatial relationships. And brain imaging data suggested that musicians had increased gray matter volumes in specific areas in both hemispheres. So they conclude that music is an important contributing factor to the maintenance of cognitive reserve and predicting cognitive resilience. Another interesting aspect to investigate would be the musical genre preference and their effect on the cognition and the intelligence. Look like this. The most common streamed music in USA 2020 was rap and pop music. Classical music was among the least listened. So we need to reflect together with the institutions on the investments to be made in youth for well-being in old age. We founded an orchestra called Asclepi Orchestra with doctors who are qualified in a musical instrument with the mission of bringing art back to the center of medicine. Medical humanities plays a crucial role in the fostering a more holistic and humanistic approach to healthcare, including understanding the patient experience and ethical considerations. So this is an experience we did with the Asclepio Orchestra 2021, and Alberto like jazz music. This was the opening concert from Umbria Jazz 2021. E musica e medicina, mi permetto di dire, devono coesistere per il bene della medicina. Grazie.
La nostra orchestra è nata col desiderio natale del 2012 di suonare nei reparti per i pazienti. Oltre ad essere stata un'esperienza bellissima per noi, abbiamo ricevuto molto di più di quello che abbiamo provato a dare e siamo cresciuti poi negli anni successivi come orchestra nella convinzione che possa essere una cosa in più da dare anche nella nostra professione per i malati.
Per noi di Umbria Jazz è stato veramente un onore poterli ospitare, è stato un piacere poterli sentire in una serata che secondo me rimarrà tra le serate storiche di Umbria Jazz.
E di fronte ai malati ci siamo forse resi conto di quello che è ancora più il concetto della cura, che è una relazione. È una relazione all'interno di uno spazio creato tra un medico e un paziente, ma sostanzialmente tra due persone che portano quello che hanno a disposizione, e la loro esperienza, la loro vita, i loro sentimenti, la loro personalità.
Suonare in orchestra è una cooperazione tra più parti, ci si deve coordinare, ci si deve ascoltare.
Questo, dopo tutto, fa parte un po' della nostra filosofia, quella che ci spinge a suonare insieme oltre i confini, oltre i nostri ruoli. Cioè il professore ha lo stesso legio dello studente, senza davvero nessuna formalità, nessuna etichetta.
E non vedo in loro l'anestesista, il pediatra e il neuropsichiatra infantile, ma vedo in loro innanzitutto uomini. Vedo l'espressione di chi è entusiasta con il suo strumento in mano, che dà il massimo, la sua massima espressione in quello che sta facendo in quel momento, così come lo faceva il giorno prima come medico. Io ho l'occasione e augurerei a tutti di fare questa esperienza, di vedere quella espressione in quegli occhi che danno il massimo in quel momento. La pandemia ci ha insegnato tante cose, quella per esempio di collaborare insieme non solo tra colleghi dello stesso reparto, ma anche in modo multidisciplinare. Abbiamo aperto, io lavoro in una semi-intensiva a Padova, con varie espressioni all'interno non solo di un unico reparto. L'orchestra è un'espressione di questo. Noi siamo dei professionisti che hanno un passato di storia musicale. Tutti quanti hanno studiato presso conservatori italiani.
Con la musica, perché noi di Umbria Jazz facciamo musica, con ottima musica di questi professionisti della sanità, che però si sono dimostrati anche professionisti della musica.
Devo dire che suonando con loro non ci pensi che sono medici, nel senso, pensi che siano musicisti. Quando realizzi dici, cavolo, ma sono anche medici. E cavolo, fanno benissimo quello che fanno, che è probabilmente la professione più difficile, più importante che ci sia, è veramente impressionante.
Ok, thank you.
Bravo, bravo. Now we take 15 minutes as a coffee break, and we return here for the second part of this fantastic meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Io ho appena parlato di consigli, mentre me lo fa, che lo dice
Io faccio una...
che mi ha risposto, no, non devi cancellarle perché hanno firmato tutti una liberatoria.
Vi do quella senza abbiamo sui due, no?
Abbiamo?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that's because otherwise it would be unfair. Very, very nice. Thank you. Vielen Dank, Alois. È una tolle
Una versione con i link dei programmi, possiamo aprirla. Così almeno
Organized. I love that. I played that. I love that. Goodness, jazz music is just it's organized for me. I just can't stand it.
Andiamo a sostituire.
Sostituisco la mia presentazione perché avevo un link a YouTube, però essendo collegato con YouTube, allora sì, allora sempre dunque, papers 2004, 2004.
Ah, 2004?
Sì, 2024. Allora, Germania in alcuni degli esserci un po' più su forse non c'è niente. Grazie.
Cosa, scusa lei?
La mamma e Luciano. Papà e poi fare delle vicine per fare
senza
Prova, prova.
Cominci tu?
Sì.
Ci dai presente tu stesso.
Allora, yes, welcome back. And it's time to proceed so that we can finish before 8 p.m. So I hope. And yes, so you will be German, so Simone, Northern Italian. So I just make jokes, sorry. So yes, so please, Stefan is already, he has been mentioned a few times in a talk by Alois with some landmark work he did about music perception and music emotion. And he has been working for several years at Max Planck Institute in Leipzig. But since 6 or more years, I don't remember anymore, he's in the University of Bergen. So leading a team focused again on music neuroscience and also clinical applications of music nowadays, more and more. And I think that he just released a book on music and health in the English translation, because it was a very long time, or I mean, it's been in German for a while, but now we have also in English. So we are looking forward to reading that as well. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning this, Elvira. But first and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me, and my gratitude extends to the other board members, Stephanie, my name cousin, and the others. A special thanks also to Professor Pilotto. I already told him how much I appreciate, and I cannot overstate this appreciation for geriatricists, so physicians who work in geriatrics, having not only an open ear for potential therapeutic effects of music, but such an extensive background knowledge and the impetus to push the potentially beneficial effects of music to be used in therapy forward. So thank you very much, all of you, for these things. Now I will dive into my presentation. I will try actually to speak a little bit shorter so that we also have some time to discuss. So I just wanted to stress what a massive public health challenge pathological aging is. The World Health Organization declared dementia a public health priority already a while ago, with a particular emphasis on prevention. I'm going to talk also in my presentation about Alzheimer's disease and potential therapeutic effects of music in this condition. And I'm going to talk about Alzheimer's first and foremost because this is the most prevalent form of dementia, that is, of mental failure in elderly individuals. It's a neurodegenerative disease characterized by memory impairment, disordered cognitive function, decline in language function, changes in activity and behavior. And as any other dementia, Alzheimer's has a disastrous consequence for the quality of life of patients and often of their relatives, because mainly it's the relatives that, at least in the earlier stages, take care of them. And then, of course, for the nurses who take care of them once they come into the nursing homes or in the hospitals. The projection is that almost every 5th person will develop dementia during their lifetime. And Elvira already informed us about the increase of the percentage of the elderly population. And now if you project that every 5th of them will suffer from dementia, that's a healthcare and public health tsunami lingering at the horizon and coming towards us, with significant societal costs. Already now, the estimated costs in Germany alone are around 30 to 50 billion euros each and every year just for Alzheimer's disease. And So far, at least for Alzheimer's, there's no pharmacological cure available. I'm aware of recent developments of drugs that are not approved yet, so we have to wait for clinical trials there. So the challenge is to prevent dementia. That is the question. Can we delay the onset of cognitive decline? Can we decelerate maybe the progression of Alzheimer's? How can we keep individuals longer at home? This is not only a question about societal costs, money that is saved for the healthcare systems, but also for the quality of life of the patients, because they are happier usually at home than in nursing homes, let alone hospitals. And how can we improve the quality of life, not only of patients, but also of the caregivers? Now, I'm going to skip most of this because this has already been covered so nicely by Elvira and Professor Pilotto. I just wanted to add and flash a few studies by Clara James, Eckhard Altenmüller, and others who have already done a lot of admirable work in this area. The first one is a review by Clara James that suggests that music slows cognitive decline, enhances brain plasticity, and improves daily function in healthy seniors. Professor Pilotti mentioned the activities of daily living, and in particular the instrumental activities of daily living. I wanted to note here that this review also noted that the strongest effects were observed in this review for combined interventions. So not only music, but for example, music in combination with physical activity. That's going to be an important point, also touching on the multidimensional approaches that we heard already today. I will touch upon that later in my talk. In the second study, which showed enhanced brain structure and working memory by Melanie Marie, also involving Clara James and Eckhard Altenmüller, I wanted to note here that these effects were observed for both active piano training and active music listening. Yeah, and I'm going to skip the rest in the interest of time. I just wanted to highlight here that there are promising neuroprotective effects and promising cognitive effects of music in aging, with benefits from everyday cognitive functioning to structural brain integrity, which kind of form the basis for the use of music in pathological aging. Because these studies here, also what Elvira and Professor Pilotto already mentioned, are mostly done with healthy individuals. So now to patients and potential beneficial effects of music in dementia. First, we can ask, why should music interventions work in dementia, and specifically in Alzheimer's disease? Some of you might know that Alzheimer's patients have a surprisingly spared memory for music, even in the face of severe memory deficits with regard to episodic and semantic memory. So I just recently talked with a friend of mine, old pal, who went to primary school together with me. He takes care of his mother in the 80s, who is now entering advanced stages of Alzheimer's disease. Sometimes she doesn't recognize him anymore. She thinks she addresses him with her ex-husband's name. And I suggested to him, well, because she keeps wandering around, mood is difficult to control, etc., play her old records from back then and see what happens. And he says, although she doesn't remember him sometimes, she remembers all of the songs. She sings along with the songs, which means she remembers the melodies. And research showed that individuals can even learn new songs with Alzheimer's disease, even in the face of semantic and episodic deficits. They can learn new songs, not only the melodies, but with lyrics, which is also a befuddling phenomenon from a neurological perspective, because it's difficult to explain this in neurological terms. Why does this work? Also, there's an interesting line of research that I wanted to flash here, showing that Alzheimer patients recall episodes of their lives better when music is either playing beforehand or is playing in the background, even if that music is not related to the episode that they are recalling. So in the 3 studies I've listed here, the Four Seasons from Vivaldi is played in the background for 5 or 10 minutes, and then patients are asked to recall an episode from their life. And the Alzheimer patients report in greater detail and with more information. They recall events of their lives better in the music condition. What an interesting phenomenon for music that begs the question whether this can be used therapeutically. And this is what we addressed in a study that I will present to you parts of in my talk. So this is a typical brain image of a patient with Alzheimer's disease. On the right side, you can see with the naked eye the brain degeneration that happens in the medial temporal lobe, here specifically in the hippocampal formation, which is the brain structure, one of the brain structures where the brain atrophy actually starts in Alzheimer's disease. So our study addresses the question whether music might help against brain degeneration in Alzheimer's. And why do we think that music might help against brain degeneration? It's based on 2 pieces of evidence that are illustrated in this meta-analysis on brain correlates of music-evoked emotions that I published a while ago. On the left side, you see that music-evoked emotions have a strong capacity to evoke activity changes in this hippocampal formation. That's outlined here in blue and yellow. In red and green, you also see the amygdala, and this all belongs to the so-called limbic system, which some of you might know as the brain system that is involved in both memory and emotions. So the idea here is, by stimulating this brain system with emotions, it might also have effects on memory recall. A second, even more important neurophysiological hypothesis here is that the hippocampal formation also has another structure not shown here, the dentate gyrus, which can generate stem cells, which can then migrate into the hippocampus and form there into new neurons and other types of cells. So what if we can use music to stimulate neurogeneration in this part of the brain and therefore act against neurodegeneration? That's one neurophysiological mechanism that we're interested in, or that we hypothesize. Another one is stimulation of mesolimbic dopaminergic activity with musical engagement. So on the right side of this image, you can see activity changes in the striatum with music-evoked emotions, and a number of studies from friends and colleagues such as Valerie Salimpour and Robert Sartori and Laura Ferreri and others have shown that music-evoked pleasure involves dopaminergic activity, specifically mesolimbic dopaminergic activity. And this is important because dopaminergic activity might have protective effects against brain aging. There's actually a very nice study from Lars Rogenmoser and Christian Gaser and Gottfried Schlauch, who suggests that the brains of musicians, and in particular of amateur musicians, are younger than the brains of non-musicians. So they used the brain age algorithm here, which estimates the brain age from structural MR images. And in this study, especially the brains of amateur musicians were actually, well, about almost 4 years younger than their actual biological, chronological age. And my group did a similar study. The first author of that paper was Anna Matziorinis, who recently got her PhD. In our study, the effect was much smaller, just about 1 year, but it went into the same direction. So there's a promise that stimulating dopaminergic activity with pleasurable activities, like amateur musicians do when they play music, has positive effects on brain aging. There's another interesting study supporting this argument with meditation practitioners, by the way. So now on to our study. It's a randomized clinical trial, pre-registered, and protocol was published beforehand, etc., etc. And we investigated individuals with early Alzheimer's, but also a preceding clinical stage, the so-called mild cognitive decline, and even a preceding stage of memory decline or memory, let's say, problems that's referred to as subjective cognitive decline. Subjective cognitive decline is not a medical condition. It's when an individual says, for example, this is an item of the questionnaire, I think my memory has gotten worse over the past year, and my wife agrees. It's not a clinical condition, but it's important to consider preclinical symptoms and phenomena because Alzheimer's starts so much earlier than when it can be diagnosed, for example, by analyzing spinal fluid, beta amyloid, etc., the biomarkers, the classical ones for Alzheimer's. The typical Alzheimer diagnosis happens early to mid-60s, but the onset of Alzheimer's disease is probably around 40 years. We do a lot of standard neuropsychological testing. We do MR testing, both structural, functional, DTI, depression questionnaires, activities of daily living. And we have 3 groups, a music therapy group, a physical activity group as an active control group, and a passive control group with neither music therapy nor physical activity. We have a 1-year intervention period with pre and post measurements. Our outcome measures are hippocampal volume, brain age, depression, and a few more. I'm going to talk mostly about hippocampal volume in the next slides. Now, the music intervention looks like this. The patients get a 1-to-1 music therapy session every week, and in this session they sing. They get singing lessons, basically. Starts with breathing exercises, and then they learn songs. Can be new songs, can be well-known songs, and then every other week, and in the last months, actually, because the patients were so enthusiastic, every week we met in our memory choir and sang the songs together in a group. And this social element proved out to be very important. It was so important for the patients that after the study concluded a few months ago, they continued to pay the music therapist on their own money to meet and continue their memory choir. And this musical activity, and I can't stress this enough, is about musical participation. It's not so important that everybody sings the exact right note. It's about being a member of the group and being, participating in this group activity. It's about connecting and socially bonding with the music. This is how a session looks like. We had a television team there. These are the males. The females are on the other side. You can see some of them through the mirror there. Physical activity happened outdoors, but also indoors in a sports hall. It was mostly high-intensity interval training. So I'm going to present a few results now, starting with hippocampal volume measures. And I'm going to show the delta values from pre to post. First, for the passive controls, we see the expected result. Hippocampal volume decreases over the course of a year, here with a bit more than 100 millimeters in the left hemisphere, and as you will soon see in the right hemisphere, it's the same. The sports activity in the left hemisphere also showed a very similar volume decline. There was no volume decline in the music group, in the left hemisphere. In the right hemisphere, passive controls, dark blue line, again show this massive, dramatic decrease in hippocampal volume. In the right hemisphere, however, the music group showed a similar decrease, but in the right hemisphere, the sports group, so the physical activity group, showed a slight advantage. So, talking about multidimensional interventions and approaches for health, both music and physical activity seem to be important. And where can we combine the best of both worlds, for example, in dance? But as it was also mentioned before, we need more. Physical fitness, nutrition is also important. Sleep is important, which comes often with physical activity. Social connection is important, and this people got in both groups because the physical activities group also established a group feeling. People started seeing each other also outside the therapy sessions, etc. I'm going to crack on to stay in time. I just wanted to mention, because you could ask, well, these hippocampal volume changes and improvements in hippocampal volume, does it have any significance for cognitive functions? And so, for example, if we correlate the volume changes, especially with, for example, a verbal working memory test, the so-called free and cued, thank you very much, FCSRT, which probes episodic memory performance, then we see a correlation, 20 minutes. Well, I'll soon end. And right anterior hippocampal volume, we see also a correlation between the preservation of the left hippocampal volume and depressive symptoms. And these correlations confirm that the interventions leading to hippocampal volume preservation were associated with meaningful cognitive and emotional improvements. So just flashing pre-post data here from the word learning task, where you can see in the green and the red lines, so music and exercise group, there was actually an improvement over the year of intervention. Whereas in passive controls, you see the very typical memory decline over the course of 1 year. And depression in the passive control group goes a little bit up, blue line, where it significantly decreases in the both intervention groups. And this is a very important effect for the quality of life of the patients, but also, and not all of them were patients, but also for their caregivers. So, for example, spouses told us things like, since he participates in the music group, it's so much easier at home with him. He's in such a better mood and he's busy learning the songs, because they are also tasked to rehearse the songs every day and practice the songs with materials that we provide them with. Same for this physical activity group, by the way, where the caregivers told us, it's much easier with him at home now that he is in this participating in this intervention. He's in a better mood, etc. So the take-home messages here is music therapy slows left hippocampal volume reduction in the left hemisphere. Physical activity mitigates hippocampal volume reduction in the right hemisphere. Not as strong as music in the left, but still. Both music therapy and physical activity can actually enhance verbal episodic memory. We see significant improvement in the depressive symptoms and less decline, haven't showed the data here, but less decline in independent living abilities with music therapy and with physical activities. So for example, the instrumental activities of daily living scale that we administered showed an increase in independent activities in the intervention groups. Very important for keeping patients longer at home, longer away from nursing homes, and support an independent life of the patient. So we conclude so far, it's not published yet, still unpublished data, we're writing this together, that music therapy is an effective intervention that decelerates brain degeneration, improves quality of life for both patient and caregiver, and may help individuals remain at home longer, which also reduce societal costs. I write a lot about this also and other therapeutic effects of music in my book, Good Vibrations, that Elvira mentioned so kindly. Thank you very much for listening and for inviting me.
Okay, thank you. We have maybe a few minutes for a question.
Yes,
please.
please.
Yeah.
We don't know. I wish I knew, because then we could pretend that we have a directed hypothesis that we had already before we started even the study. But we didn't. Well, that holds true for more cognitive processes, not for the emotional processes. So for example, I really try to find a left-right difference post hoc, now that we know these results, in my meta-analysis, for example, on music-evoked emotions in the hippocampal formation, in the limbic lobe, in the limbic system, but we don't find it. Also, I try to find, let's say, a hemispheric bias for autobiographical memory towards the left hemisphere, but there isn't. So it's a puzzle to me. Do you have another idea maybe that we could entertain?
The left right is a field I left many years ago, but of course you know that we also have this left hemispheric rhythm. I mean, for people who are musicians, there will be more left hemisphere response. But yeah, I don't have a good, but I'd like to ask you another question. So, is there any way in the data to investigate the dentate gyrus hypothesis? If you look at that, that's maybe too difficult to find.
Yeah, it's a very slim layer in the hippocampal formation. We do subfield analysis, but of course, the smaller the structures, the more you go into the subfields and subfields, the noisier the data get. Yes, we took a whole brain and we just have a 3 Tesla resolution, so we don't have 7 Tesla. But we hope that we generate hypotheses for future studies that, for example, 7 Tesla machine studies will address.
Yes.
Now that we can suggest that there actually are effects in the brain happening along with music interventions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think we have to move on to keep the time, but we will keep.
We went just under 25 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
To have some time to discuss it.
But we continue later on.
Over dinner.
Over dinner, exactly, because I have also many questions as well, and Simone, so we have to discuss. Thank you. So now, thank you again. So we we leave the floor to Professor Simone Dalla Bella. He is actually originally from Mantova, not far from here, but he has been away for 25 years now, so it's a brain drain. And he works at Université de Montréal in Canada. He's co-leading the International Laboratory for Brain Music and Sound Research, BRAMS, which is perhaps the leading lab on auditory cognitive neuroscience, and then there is us in Aarhus. But yes, so he will talk about his research focus for a few years now, I guess. Yeah, so which is the rhythm perception and how to use rhythm for neurological rehabilitation. So from Parkinson to other neurodegenerative disease. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Elvira, for this invitation. I remember when we discussed this possibility when I arrived in Bari. I'm very happy that it concretized here. And well, all my thanks to Professor Pilotto and Maggi for the honor to be here today with all of you. So my talk will be sort of a journey around how can we use the rhythm for rehabilitation. You will see that I will talk a lot about Parkinson because this is what we had focused on during the last few years, but this can be easily extended also to the aging population. So this is something that we can easily also discuss tomorrow. Now, thanks to Peter, Peter already introduced a lot about rhythm. So again, I will go faster on a few parts. But very often when we think about rhythmic abilities, we think about dance, which is a very sophisticated kind of activity, right? When we have to couple different limbs and coordinate with the musical stimulus. And we may think that rhythmic abilities are something which are just characteristic of musicians or very proficient musicians like Peter or of experts. In reality, we find rhythmic abilities and the capacity to couple movement to rhythmic features of an auditory stimuli in very different contexts. We find this in the army. We find these across cultures. We find this in very mundane situations when we all move together, when we are at an event. And some of you, and I know some of you do that in the morning, do running or jogging. Sometimes you take your music and sometimes you synchronize your steps to the musical beat. So the idea here is to show you how can we exploit this capacity that we all have to move to the beat and use it for the sake of rehabilitation. So first of all, there is a very strong link between rhythm and movements. This link is universal. We find this in different cultures, in all cultures actually. I don't know of any culture in which we don't have any form of coupling between movement and some form of auditory, regular, predictable stimulus. It's very natural in the general population. So we did studies in the past showing that all of us, most of us, can just move to the beat of music, musicians and non-musicians alike. There are some exceptions. We studied those exceptions. We call them poor synchronizers, beat deaf, whatever, but the majority can do it. It's very ancient from an evolutionary standpoint. We think that it dates back to Neanderthals, probably is precocious. During the first year of life, there are already the first building blocks that allow us to extract the temporal regularities of an auditory stimulus. And then later on, around 3.5 years, 4, we start being able to move to that. And is sustained by the network, which is quite complex, but which is more and more well-known, which is basically a set of regions and connections between cortical and subcortical areas. So let me show you this very quickly here. So this is what we can call the main elements of the brain network for rhythm. And I don't think you can see that, but you can see there are some cortical areas and such as the supplementary motor area, primary motor cortex, but also subcortical areas, which already appeared in the discussions before. We were talking about the basal ganglia and also the cerebellum. I will come back in a moment to these regions, but let me show you something a bit more complex. Don't get scared. This is nothing really complex. This is simply the same thing I showed you before, but with connectivity, with connections. And the areas you see there, well, you have acronyms, but this is cerebellum, basal ganglia, thalamus, supplementary motor area, auditory cortex, because we perceive, and so forth. And they are all connected. Now, these areas can be engaged when we do purely a perceptual task. So if I present you some musical stimulus in which the beat is more or less salient, and then you will see in the brain what's going on, we would find that there are some areas like the basal ganglia, auditory cortex, which are activated, and for example, supplementary motor area. But when I'm asking you to move to the beat, there are other areas which adds to that. So for example, the cerebellum, which helps us to get coordinated over time with the stimulus. Now, what's striking in this image? What's striking is that all these areas are areas which are responsible for motor control. They are not specific to rhythm per se. So if we do a pointing task, if we just grasp an object, if we walk, most of these areas will be activated. Second amazing thing is that, well, when we do a task which is just perceiving the beat, we still activate motor areas like the basal ganglia and, for example, supplementary motor area. Why? Well, again, this proves this strong connection between rhythm perception and rhythm in general and the motor system. This is particularly important for us because we can, via music and via rhythmic stimuli, stimulate those areas without necessarily requiring people to move. In any case, for rehabilitation, it seems like a very good opportunity to stimulate the motor system via rhythmic stimuli. Okay, so starting from that, we use what we call a translational approach in the lab. We do fundamental research. So we try to understand what are the mechanisms underlying rhythmic processes in the brain. But then we apply this to rehabilitation. So we try to develop rehabilitation strategies which are theory-driven. This approach is bidirectional because when we run a clinical trial or a clinical study and we learn something from patients, how they react to a given rhythmic treatment, but then we also learn something about the mechanism. So it's a virtuous circle. And we do this also using technology. So I will show you couple of examples of the technologies that we develop in the lab. Now, I could choose the kind of population to show that, right? Because it appears that rhythm perception and performance are impaired in a variety of populations. You name them here, right? So we have Parkinson's, stroke, ADHD, dyslexia, developmental stuttering, developmental coordination disorder, and autism spectrum disorder. I'm certainly forgot some. But for the neurodegenerative, now we will focus only on Parkinson's disease, just for the sake of demonstrating my point. So a couple of words about Parkinson's disease. Is the most frequent and severe of movement disorders. So with Alzheimer's disease is the most prevalent neurodegenerative disorder. There are 4 million cases worldwide. And because of what also Stefan was saying before, that with the aging population, these numbers are going to double by 2030 in a major way. The good news for Parkinson is that we know what is the neurophysiology of Parkinson. So we know that it is a neurodegenerative disorder which results from neuronal depletion and generally the regulation of the dopaminergic system. And this is linked with symptoms that we all know, the typical tremor that we see in Parkinson, generally slowness of movement or sometimes a lack of movement, lack of ability of initiate a movement, and general rigidity. I will show an example in a moment. But something that we don't know very much is that Parkinson's disease also comes with rhythm disorders. And these have been shown in various studies from different labs. So for example, if you ask a patient with Parkinson to tap the finger to the beat of music or a metronome, or just to walk to the beat, or just to, well, walking to the beat is a specific case, I will come back to that in a moment. Also to do an orofacial coordination task, like to repeat syllables over and over again, like pataka, 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 the patient will have problems in production. But we also see problems in perception, in rhythm discrimination, in detecting tempo changes in auditory rhythmic stimuli, and also in detecting whether a metronome falls or not on the beat. And we're used to call this general dysrhythmia in Parkinson. Now, just to show you how it looks like, we did a study a few years ago with one of my PhD students, Frédéric Pujarinet, in which we wanted to see, okay, well, we know that there is a rhythm disorder which seems to be generalized in Parkinson. How does this look like in different effectors? In other words, if a patient with Parkinson has a difficulty in tapping to the beat or clapping to the beat, is the patient having also similar problems in walking or in just speaking, articulating better? And this is exactly what we found. So this is an example of some results in which we asked the same exact patients to just tap to the beat, walk, and also articulate syllables as fast as possible. And we find out that those patients on the upper right, who are the most variable on one dimension, are also the most variable on the other two. And this is true for the three effectors. What does this suggest? Well, the problem is not just with the hand. The problem is not just with the leg in terms of motor control. There's something more central which connect these different motor outputs. And the interesting thing is that we can explain this variability just by doing a test of beat perception. If you do a test of rhythm perception and the patient is pretty impaired in the test of rhythm perception, it's very likely that the patient is going to have a hard time also in walking, in articulating syllables, and also in tapping. So again, this suggests that there may be a central rhythmic system which can operate for that. Now, another problem that we find in Parkinson is about gait. Gait disorders are not a cardinal symptom of Parkinson, but we find that patients with Parkinson have typical slow gait, very small steps, and times with interruptions, and also a very particular kind of walking. You can see this here in the picture, and yeah, if you can click on that. It was working before. Can you? Oh, maybe it's at the end. Yeah. No. Okay. Can you go out and in again? Or maybe you can. Yeah. If you can do escape. Otherwise, we can go on. I mean, it's just. Yeah. Maybe you can launch it right away. Yeah. So you will see the degree of impairment in Parkinson. This is without any kind of disorder. So this is a very mild stage. You may see some asymmetry, but it's barely noticeable if you're not neurologist. So this is stage 2. This is stage that usually patients are tested at. Small steps, basically no arm movements, risk of falling. This is score 3. This is a blockade, a freezing episode, for example, that you will see in a moment. The patient can barely walk. And stage 4 is basically impossible to walk in an assisted way. Okay, thank you. Now, the cost associated with gait disorders is enormous because, well, they can engender falls. Now, just to give you an idea, the cost of a fall for the healthcare system is estimated around 2,500 euros, one fall. So you can imagine what are the costs of that in general. And falls, of course, are not only a prerogative of, or the problem with Parkinson's patients is also a problem also for the older adults above 65 years of age. Now, the problem is that gait disorders cannot be treated very efficiently with medication, so we have to find other strategies. And one which works pretty well is basically to present patients with rhythmic stimuli, what we call rhythmic auditory stimulation or rhythmic auditory cueing. You will see an example here. So this is the same exact patient that we tested. On the left, without music, and on the right, with music. If you can, yeah, start both of them at the same time. Now, you don't hear the music because it's in the headphones, right? But you see right away that the patient is much faster. The gait is much more natural. And most importantly, well, of course, the patient is walking a bit, doing more steps per minute, but also the length of the steps is more important, which is particularly critical. Okay, I think we can move on. You get the idea. So this is a very simple method. You present a stimulus. The most patients, not all of them, I will show you in a moment, react positive to the stimulation. The effect is immediate. But of course, once you don't present the stimulus anymore, the patient come back to the previous disorders of gait. But we also can apply cueing-based training strategies. So for example, you can train patients for 1 month, 1.5 months. And then at the end of this period, you see an effect on gait, which basically is beneficial, but even in the absence of the stimulation. So I will skip this one. Now, something I wanted to show you, and I think is important, maybe this is something that we can also discuss tomorrow, is that this is a kind of music intervention which clearly doesn't work for everybody. So there are important individual differences. Sometimes we would like to say, yes, rhythmic auditory cueing is fantastic, it works for everybody. It's not true. It works for some patients, not for others. So here is just an example of one of our studies. So what you see here, this is a group of roughly 50 patients who basically reacted to a rhythmic stimulation immediately. And on the x-axis, you see the gain in speed, right? How fast people gained, walked, how faster people walked thanks to the stimulation. So when it's positive, it means that people basically went faster with the stimulus as compared to no stimulation. And on the vertical axis, you see synchronization. So were their steps synchronized to the beat of music or not? And you see that there is a relation. Those patients who were synchronized were those also who benefited most. But not everybody is benefiting. So basically, we see that those on the right side had a positive effect, which is estimated based on the minimal clinical significant effect here, but others don't. It's about 50-50, actually. Now, some of them don't have an effect, and some others even have a negative effect of the stimulation, which of course we wouldn't like to see, but we see that for some patients, this may not be the right strategy. So let me show you that. So if we divide the analysis in that study between those patients who had a positive effect and those who had a no positive effect, you see that the trend is completely different. So those who had a positive effect got as good as controls. They made steps longer by roughly 13 centimeters, which is a lot for those patients. But the others who got a negative effect reduced their stride length by 11 centimeters, potentially making them more unstable. So we have to be careful when we use intervention. Now, the question is why? What's happening here? Well, the reason is probably that, and so we did additional analysis on this data, that potentially these patients who don't have an effect is because they are unable to perceive the beat. They are unable to analyze the temporal structure of the stimuli. And so what you see here basically is that the red line shows that they were impaired in a test in which we asked them to do a beat perception task taken from a battery that we can talk about that later if you want, or tomorrow. But we were able to predict quite interestingly one of the patients were benefiting or not from the intervention. The other element I want to show you, then I will move on to other data, is we were also interested to see whether there were some other predictors in rhythmic abilities or rhythmic training of the positive effect of the rhythmic stimulation. And it happens that musical training and perception abilities play a role. So those patients who benefit are also those who got some degree of musical training before and also who had better self-assessed perceptual abilities, which again is important, is interesting for us because it could be used as a precursor or a factor which may be protective in a way of their reaction to stimuli. Now, I just wanted to show you one slide, but there are many other cases. This is just taken from some of our studies showing that, well, not only there is an effect, an immediate effect of the rhythmic stimulation, but also if we train patients for, let's say, 1 month. In this case, the patients were trained for 1 month, 30 minutes, 3 times a week. Well, we see an effect post-test of the training. So, for example, patients improved the speed and stride length speed by 7% in the absence of the stimulation. So we are able to, in a way, have carryover effect and transfer effect, which don't need the patients to have the stimulation. Now, if you ask me how long this is going to last, well, in our case, it lasted 1 month, but we know that typically these effects are not very long lasting. Depending on the study, it can last 2 months, 3 months, and then, of course, well, it's a neurodegenerative disorder. Unfortunately, the impairment then kicks in, and then there have to be other strategy to compensate for that. Okay, now just 2 words about how this works. The simple answer to the question is that we don't know yet, but we suspect that there may be 2 possibilities that, well, because Parkinson's disease has a basal ganglia thalamocortical circuitry which is disrupted by the illness itself, well, we still may have some residual activity of this network, which may be used to basically provide an external cue and allow them basically to time their motor activity. The other possibility is that patients use other mechanisms which are more compensatory, based more on the cerebellum, and which again can allow them to do tasks which they wouldn't be able to do in the absence of the rhythmic stimulus. We don't know yet. There are some suggestions that it may be more of compensatory mechanism, but frankly, we don't have the answer yet. Now, in the second part, and then I'm going to go a bit quicker, what you saw now is that what I showed you to date is that, well, we can train a motor ability by just asking patients to do exactly the same action. So we train patients to walk to the beat, and then we see an improvement in walking. Interesting. But the idea is that, well, if we do have a central rhythmic system, as we do believe, so maybe we could train the same system with another effector. So for example, we could train this system in a tapping task. And then we may see effects in walking. We may see effects in gait, or the other way around, right? If this is true. So that's an idea that we wanted to test to see if there are those kind of transfer effects. And to do that, we use new technologies. So in a group of Parkinson, so the idea was to use a rhythmic serious game in order to train patients in a manual tapping task and to see to what extent this training can then have a benefit on their walking and for example, also speech articulation. So what's the serious game? Is a game designed for a purpose other than pure entertainment. And then you combine gaming principles, but also you have educational and therapeutical purposes. It's a game, so it has a lot of advantages. It's engaging, it's multisensory, is accessible and inclusive, is affordable. These games can be simply used on a tablet or on a smartphone. If they're well conceived, they are compatible with training protocol targets. And I think it has been mentioned by Professor Pilotto before about technology. Technology allows us to monitor what's going on during the training. So we have exactly a log of the progression of the training as it unfolds. So here's the game that we devised. I mean, it goes without saying, we looked if there were some games on the shelf, which were already available. There were no games which were satisfactory for us, so we devised our own, which is called Rhythm Workers. Maybe if you can launch the video. So the game this is a prototype, a first prototype. This game is very simple. Basically, you have to build a building. And how you do that? You tap to the tablet to the beat of music. Now, when your taps are synchronized to the beat, like in this case, the building is going to be very nice. You're going to get a lot of points and you progress. But when you are desynchronized, then you get a bad score. The building is a bit odd. And then you have to repeat the level. It's a true game. So basically, it trains the ability to couple the movement to the beat. Okay, I think you saw. Still. Now we have a most recent version of the game, which is actually available. It's called Beat Workers. This is for the general public, because there is a company behind which is called Beat Health, which is producing the game. So we needed help to produce this device. But that's the version on the left that we used in our study. So what did we do? So the patients came to the lab. They were assessed in terms of different abilities, manual rhythmic abilities, gait, and also orofacial. So we asked them to produce syllables as fast as possible. And then they went back home, they took their tablet and they played 3 times per week for 6 weeks. And they came back to the lab. So you see the advantage of this strategy is that there is zero cost for in clinical terms, because the patients can basically practice at home. And then we tested went back. So let me show you some results. So if you look on the top left, you will see the performance at test and retest. And we report here the variability. When it's red, it means that it's bad. The patients have higher variability. And when it's the plus, the green plus, they improved. And then we had, so Rhythm Workers is in green, and we had a control game, which is not optimal, but we use Tetris as a control game. So a control group was basically playing Tetris for 6 weeks. But you see here that there is an improvement, a significant improvement in orofacial variability. So speech articulation improved in this case, only for Rhythm Workers. Manual variability improved on the bottom left, also, which is not very surprising. They were trained to tap, so they improved their tapping, but improved. The one which didn't improve is gait. We were a bit surprised. I mean, at least not on this measure. We saw an improvement. This is a paper which is in the making. But on this measure, they didn't improve. But they got worse with Tetris. So I'm not ready to make big conclusions here. You know, it's a neurodegenerative disease. People get worse. If anything, perhaps with rhythm workers, they stayed stable. But I have to be very cautious with this conclusion here. Now, an interesting result was that now we took a look at the perception. We were not training their beat perception, but they improved more in beat perception with rhythm workers than with Tetris. And nicely, the improvement in beat perception was linked with their motor improvement, which is a nice result because it shows that basically probably the effect that we see has nothing to do per se with the specific movement. It's more related to, I suspect, in training this general rhythmic system. Then I will show you the last, I still have, I think, 5 minutes, something like that. So let me show you the very last technological achievement that we made. So one idea that we wanted to develop was to try to individualize rhythmic trainings. I think some of you talk about individualization of the intervention. This is something we may want to talk also about tomorrow. But what usually happens in rhythmic intervention is that you give to the patient a given musical piece to listen and to move along with, and basically the piece is always the same. So if the patient starts walking faster or slower, the music remains the same. So here we devised an adaptive rhythmic stimulation, which is based on dynamical systems theory. It works like that. It's implemented on a smartphone, and it's basically adjusting the stimulation to the speed and to the steps of the participant. So imagine you're walking, and the music follows you. Not only follows you, it goes a bit faster. So it pushes you to go faster. And then you follow the music. So, and then you go and you go. And there is a moment where basically you are not able to do that anymore. So then the music comes back to you, slows down, and speeds up and slows down. So maybe some of you are familiar. There was a system which was called D-Jogger from Mark Lehman. D-Jogger was a precursor of that. And by the way, Mark Lehman was a collaborator on this study. So this is published. The mathematics of that is published. And then we have a few studies. And I'll show you quickly two, and then I will wrap up. This is a study that we did with my colleagues. Well, there's Mark Lehman and also Benoit Bardy. The idea was to test this adaptive rhythmic stimulation on smartphone. And so we took a group of patients. We didn't have a control condition here. So the fact is just in one group, it was a feasibility study. And the patients were basically doing a self-training program for 4 weeks, 5 times per week. One session was 30 minutes. What were they doing? They took their phone, their headphones, they go to a public park, and they walked for 30 minutes. They had a choice of music, so we had different musical styles that they could choose from. And the advantage is that the stimulation was adaptive to the patient's walking style, and also to what if one day the patient were walking faster, the music was faster. If they were walking slower, it was the other way around. So what you see here now, the name of the device changed 3 times. So for 2 minutes, yeah, and it will stop. So it's called Beat Walk. Now, what can you see there? So the system detects the spontaneous cadence at the beginning. So there's no stimulation. So imagine that you have a sensor at the ankle. The sensor is detecting your steps. And then at a certain point, well, the music appears and it speeds up. That's the idea, because we want to speed up the patients, but with this adaptive style, right? If the patient cannot go faster, then the system goes down. And then it stays stable for a certain amount of time. So let me show you just one slide with the results, and then I will finish. So this is in that group of patients, we did a lot of tests, but I will present you just two. So we did a 6-minute walk test before and after the training period. And you can see that there is a significant increase of distance. The cadence, so the number of steps per minute increased, but also the stride length increased significantly, and thereby the speed increases. We also had the information from the patients, because the patients after the training were monitored for some time. So we wanted to know how much they wanted to walk. And apparently the patients wanted to walk more. So there was a beneficial effects, which in a way, the training made them less sedentary post stimulation. So we have an effect of the 6-minute walking test. And we also have an effect within the training. So if we take the very first sessions with music and the very last session with music, we see that during the training, patients were making longer steps and also had definitely a higher speed after at the very end of the training. So to sum up, I hope that you saw that there is a lot of potential for musical rhythm. It's a tool for aiding people with Parkinson and improve their quality of life. With that said, what I presented here can be easily extended also to the general older population, which, by the way, also shows some gait disorders after 65 years. If I remember correctly, in 2/3 of the population. These interventions can be implemented in different ways. You can do classic rhythmic cueing, but you can do adaptive cueing, or you can use serious games. And of course, the more you move towards technology, the cheaper it becomes, right? And more available and more scalable up to bigger groups. Now, the thing which for me is critical is that, yes, it works on average, but it really varies a lot depending on the individual. So it's extremely essential to make a good screening of the ability of the individual, because for some patients, it may not work. And the idea then is to go towards more personalized treatments using new technologies, mobile devices, and like the solutions that I showed you. So that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simone. All of us, we have some question for you, but we need to move to the next speaker. And it is a pleasure for me to introduce Antonio Camurri, Professor of Engineering at the University of Genoa and Director of the Research Center Casa Paganini at the University in Genoa. Technological advancement for music and dance-based rehabilitation. Please, Antonio.
Okay. Thank you. First, I want to thank you for inviting to Professor Pilotto and Professor Maggi. It's a pleasure, and it's a really exciting and very interesting and promising meeting. So thank you so much. I speak today about our research center and some activities that are related to the topic of this workshop. And I will mention also the activities that were already mentioned by Professor Pilotto this morning. So this is our lab. It's in a monumental building. We are a research center at the University of Genoa. It was a former convent with the church that there are not anymore the chairs that similar to an auditorium, but the church is a space where we do experiments in a sort of in the wild situation, working with also with artists and in situations that are not typical of a lab. The lab is rich of frescoes, and there is a room at the upper floor where the nuns were staying to look at the religious rite hidden, because nuns were not allowed to meet the external world. And now these are the engineers that are not allowed to be visible during the experiments. So, and the experiments are, this is the place, and this is the main lab room. We have other lab rooms that are like museum rooms with some frescoes, are very nice, and according to the project, we use different rooms according to the requirements. And here you can see in the slides, you can find also links and the references to project. What is the main goal and the motivation for being in such a place? Our research center is motivated, the existence is motivated by the need for getting inspiration and, let's say, cross-fertilization from artistic and humanistic theories for developing computational models and interactive systems. In particular, in our case, we are speaking about the therapy and rehabilitation. From the other hand, this can working with artists in order to understand and better understand and face scientific problems. In turn, sometimes we had the possibility to give feedback and to be, in some cases, useful for artists. This is this is David Moss for the opera of Luciano Berio that opening the Salzburg Festival many years ago in 1999. And here we were asked by Luciano Berio to detect the behavior of the main singer and actor, David Moss. And you see that he has some belt and has sensors on the costume, and there are video cameras hidden. And we were asked to distinguish between different situations in which David was the builder of the Tower of Babel. And so he was schizophrenic. In some moment, he was, let's say, crazy, totally crazy, with a harsh and acute voice. And in other point, he was very wise, with a profound and deep voice. And we were asked to measure from his movement, very impulsive and asymmetric and energetic, but without any rhythm, and to detect the quality of movement in order to distinguish in which kind of this double personality in which moment was. So, and we used this information to morph his voice in order to having it corresponding to the particular character. So this was the stage at the Salzburg Festival, and this is just an example. This is another project, a European project I coordinated, was dance. And it was a project in which the focus was we worked with an artist that was the director of Biennale in Venice, Biennale Danza, Virgilio Sieni. Is a choreographer, famous choreographer, that he developed what he calls the Atlante Atlas of Gesture. So his let's say, conceptual framework in which he classifies and defines qualities of movement, including fragility, for example, and cracks and various aspects describing fragility. And working with him, we developed a data set of motion capture and other wearables and microphone synchronized in our setup. We had the data set of 150 recordings, motion capture, video, and sensing synchronized to try to understand his atlas, his model of expressive gesture in order to having inspiration, and this is a concrete example, to inspire our techniques and a computational model for movement analysis. And for example, and we had, for example, a work in this project. We worked, this is another project, but in dance, we worked with the neuroscientist, cognitive neuroscientist Beatrice de Gelder from Maastricht. And we developed two computational models of fragility and lightness based on measurement, and we tested against the fMRI measurement of the data set. So we developed a data set, and then we applied our computational model to analyze these two features, two expressive features, mid-level features. We say that and then the same data set was used by Beatrice de Gelder to measure brain imaging of a participant looking at the same stimuli that we analyzed with our computational models. And it was interesting, one result, for example, that lightness, a light movement, perceived light from an external observer. I mean, because if the dancer moves light, does a lot of effort. So the internal perception is different from an observer that perceives lightness, the lack of gravity, let's say. So the measurement, the computational model that we developed, inspired by the collaboration with Virgilio Sieni, was correlated with some kind of brain signature in fMRI measurements. So there was a specific activation that whatever movement is doing, if it is light, there is that kind of activation in the brain. That was an interesting project. This is another project in which we studied 4 use cases, 4 scenarios. The interaction between musicians, and this is in some way related to what Professor Della Bella was mentioning, the synchronization, and what Peter Keller also called the affective synchronization. So use the feature that we measure to find the synchronization of expressive features that is significant. For example, in musicians playing together, we analyzed the relation synchronization of dyads, musicians, or conductor musicians, musician and listeners, and basically in individual, dyad, string quartet, and orchestra. And we did this European project, the FET project, with Luciano Fadiga, neuroscience. And this is an example. I don't know if I can, what I have to push to have this video? What buttons? Maybe. This is an example. Okay. Grazie. Okay. Basically, you have seen this is the Quartetto di Cremona. We worked with a number of string quartets, famous string quartets, with an agreement with the concert season of the Opera House in Genova. And we asked them to come, and we selected fragments of a specific music piece in order to detect the level of entrainment in the ensemble and the leadership. For example, you see from the previous slide, you can see that The polygon is the polygon connecting the barycenter of the heads, and the white lines are the direction of the nose, because we didn't measure the eyes. But, and for example, the leadership is correlated moment by moment to the barycenter of the crossing of the four white lines, and this corresponds to the leadership in the musical score. For example, if it is a melody with accompaniment rather than a polyphonic with dialogue. So we studied, developed different experiments and that are described. This is a study that we did with in karate, and we had the possibility to have recordings with a former world champion in karate and other black belts, 7 in total. And I was curious because I'm not at all expert in martial arts, but looking at the world champion, I was captured by the movement. And the others were, okay, they are good, but it's boring. Didn't like to see them. I'm not a fan of martial arts. But in that case, there was something. And so we did a study having 2 kata, that is 2 short choreographies, and try to measure what is different from this world champion with respect to the other 6 black belt trainers. So this is a paper, but and these are just a snapshot of the features that we try to measure, we try to address. One is the origin of movement. Here you have examples. So if in the left, if you give a punch using your shoulder as origin of movement, you have much less effectiveness rather than if you take the strength for the ground, from the earth, and you transmit through the kinematic chain, and you have far more strength and efficacy. And so how can we measure the origin of movement? And this is something that we studied, and of course it's not for measuring in boxing or martial arts, but for example, that was this was inspired by visual art and interaction with colleagues in working, having a background in visual art and in arts. Here you have on the right in Padua is the Cappella degli Strovegni, and you have the hand. So you can give a punch and you have this movement, but if you give a caress, the origin of movement is in the hand. And so there is then postural tension. So when you look at something again from visual arts, is inspired how painters give movement and expressiveness to movement in a painting in which you have just a single frame. And if you look, and so the torsion in the various layers of the body give an explanation of the what we call postural tension. Then they mentioned leadership, affective and temporal synchronization, soft entrainment, which is another work that we developed. The validation that I mentioned already, I go faster. This is an application about embodied active listening, but we don't have, it is out of scope from the topic that we do. This is application of these museums is a target and of our work. This is an application in which we measure the way you dialogue with visual art. It was an interactive installation that we developed. And now I focus on the aspect related to rehabilitation. We did a work based on sonification, another aspect, a core element of our research, in which also my colleague Andrea Cera is expert, and we collaborate since many years in this. Sonification is is based on is not music composition, is not music, is based on the cross-sensory correspondences between auditory and visual, for example, between different senses. So how to transform and augment the perception of your own movement, so the proprioception, by means of a sort of augmentation through auditory signals that correspond to the quality of movement. So we measure the quality of movement and we transform into the auditory channel, and this is semi-consciously influences the quality of movement that you are doing. And one in the first use that we did is with the project with the UCL hospital, and the UCL UCLIC is a center, research center with Nadia Berthoz, in which we did different type of sonifications in case of chronic pain. So this is the case of rising and sit down on a church with and without sonification, and doing stretching or doing specific rehabilitation from chronic pain. But it is not, and this is another application for autism. So how to teach emotions to children, autistic children. But, and then I show you a first work that we did. No. How can we play this? And this was in another project that was quite old one, in which we, with an hospital in Arenzano, Ospedale della Colletta in near Genova, we did in a room with the white walls, we did the video projection. As you can see here, you see patient, Parkinson patients that was doing what was a sort of painting with your own body. So your body is a brush and you paint, but only if your movement is fluid. So we applied the measure of fluidity in order to enable the patient to paint the room and with some kind of memory and having, but if you stop, the painting disappears, slowly disappears, and if you move with a typical Parkinson, let's say fragility, frail movement, you don't have any feedback. And at the same time, if you insist and you continue to move fluid, you have there are layers of sounds from the wood or from the sea, naturalistic sounds. In this case, it's not a sonification of the movement of the patient, but it is a soundscape that is emergent from the fact and that induce the quality. This instead is a project that we had the pleasure to work with Professor Pilotto that I mentioned this morning. Is a more recent Danzarte, emotional well-being technology. And here we have a video. Basically, it's a technology, but before the technology, there is a protocol in which we designed an interaction, a series of sessions for patients, and thanks to Professor Pilotto and his team, and we did experiments in various nursing homes, 10 nursing homes, if I'm not wrong, with some measurement, specific measurement, but and the sessions are multiple sessions, and each session consists of experience a painting and reconstruct, reconquer the painting that you see at the beginning and then disappears, but you have to turn to life the painting with your own movement and imitating the affective gesture that is in the painting. Maybe possiamo vedere questo? Hopefully. Non so se non va. No. Non parte. Se faccio così, no, neanche. Ok. Non vuole saperne. Ok. Non so quale sia. Ok. Ah, sì, grazie. Basically, this experience is based on, you start with a painting. We have, dobbiamo andare giù, sì, ok, è quella lì, esatto. Forse da lì parte. Non c'è? Proviamo ad andare avanti, allora vado. Eccola, forse c'è. Ah no, questa no, è in italiano, non va bene. No, no. Ok, va bene quella. Ok, that is, grazie. This is an example of a session. You have 4 people. These are not patients for reason of privacy, and these are our group. And then you have, you interact with these puppets, let's say, on stage, and by doing the movement that is evoked in the painting, you reconstruct slowly the painting. In this case, you have to move in synchrony. The 2 person in front of the painting, let's say, and you have to move in synchrony to reconstruct slowly the painting. When the puppet comes out, the puppet gives you the suggestion. So when you learn a movement, then you pass to the next step and you learn another part of the movement, and then you have candles that turn light to the painting, and you can see part of the painting related to that kind of movement. And there are other people that are giving the back to the painting, so do not know why they are doing this, but imitate the others. So you have 4 people that collaborate, and there is this aspect of social connection. And so you learn a movement and then in steps, and then at the end you have to do so the step with the legs and the movement with the arms, which is the baptism of Christ by St. John, is a painting of Luca Cambiaso. And slowing little by little, you see candles that turn on and give a light to the painting, and you have the painting by turning on candles on the painting. So this is a typical storyboard of the session. So you learn the movement by partial part of the movement, the affective gesture. This is the baptism of Christ. There are other sessions with other paintings, and you can start to see the final, the whole painting. And at the end, you have the painting fully available. And the sonification that you are listening, developed by Andrea. I apologize for speaking on your sonification, but the sonification is created by the 2 interacting. So if you are not in synchronous and if you are not fluid, the system return back to silence. Now, at the end, you have where the painting is. So you bring the museum into the nursing home, and you have so each session, and then the people change their roles. And so usually 40-45 minutes. So with Professor Pilotto, we decided which paintings are most suitable for the treatments, how to define the protocol with the sessions and the number of sessions. And there is a technology to analyze movement, to in real time to have this puppet that emerge from the painting to teach the movement and the sonification and the analysis of movement. So this is a quite complex system, but is cheap on a single PC. And we are continually to develop, and we have plans to continue to use and continue develop, including the porting the movement of the agent, the virtual agent, in the real time and not in the design, in the storyboard design. So basically, I think that so these are there are some papers that have been are related to this about this technology, and these are studies that we did about lightness and fragility with sonifications with Virgilio Sieni, but I don't want to take too much. Okay, so this is about the problem of how to assess and validate models of interactive sonification, because it is quite critical, quite a delicate aspect. How a sonification of expressive quality can be validated. One approach that we developed with Andrea is to have a movement, an expressive movement with a given quality, create a battery of different sonification with different rules, and then present to participants that these sounds, asking them to move according to how the sound invite you to move. And therefore, and then we compare and measure the movement of the participant with the movement of the person, usually dancer, that originated the sound. And so the sonification in which there is the highest correlation between the quality of movement of the origin of the dancer and of a battery of participants is the one that has the highest correspondence, because it evokes the type and the quality of movement in the sonification. Okay, I think we have. I finished. I hope I had not taken too much time, and these are projects in which.
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio Murri. Now, Andrea Cera. Soundscape in the healthcare for aging people. Andrea Cera is a musician, is an artist, composer, and with this great expertise on soundscape, and with a long time collaboration with Casa Paganini in Genova.
Yes, thank you.
Please, Andrea.
Very honored to be here. I am a bit of an outsider. I am a sound designer. I'm not an academic. I am a freelancer, and I'm surely less organized that you, and my presentation will be a little more chaotic, but it is the last of the day. Then we go drink some spritz, so it will put us in the mood. So I am the product of two institutions. One is EICA, founded in '76 in Paris by Pierre Boulez. The other is Casa Paganini, founded in '94 by Professor Camurri. Both have in common this interdisciplinary vocation, and I am really the product. I was a musician, now I am a sound designer, which is a kind of a hybrid between a musician and a kind of bad researcher, if you want. So, okay, but as a musician, I don't do drugs. So, okay. My work basically always follow two parallel roads. One is I like to use the work of Bernardino Ramazzini, the first occupational medicine expert, the first who studied diseases connected to work, and he found some diseases created by sound in the 17th, 18th century. Workers of copper in the copper district, they became deaf. So for me, sound.
I think that he was in Padua.
Yes. He worked in Padua, exactly. And sound in my work is sometimes can be a source of negative effects. So as a sound designer, I work a lot with the automotive industry, and in the automotive industry, there is a lot of complaints about bad sounds, etc. And the other is sound has a healing power. Probably you know the phenomenon of tarantismo, of course, where music is used to cure persons found in catatonic, depressed states, and music customly created for that person is played for 2-3 days, provoking some kind of shock or a kind of choreographic electroshock until the person is cured. So I always try to follow these two ideas: music as potentially harmful, music sound as potentially harmful, sound as potentially helpful. I talk about soundscape. Maybe you know the word, but it has been popularized in '77 by this beautiful book, highly recommended, where for the first time the general population was introduced with the idea that we are always immersed in a soundscape. There is no silence. Here we have the hum of this stuff. For instance, here in Venice, the soundscape is particular, of course, has a very low threshold. But from this book, then a lot of studies were generated analyzing different soundscapes, the qualities of them, trying to preserve disappearing soundscape, trying to characterize degraded soundscapes. I will talk about 3 things about the soundscape: the keynotes, the signals, and the sound mark. The keynotes is the tonality of the soundscape. From Montreal, you surely know. Soundscape studies are very common in Canada. The keynote is the tonality. So in this case, the hum is the tonality of the soundscape of here. The signal is the the foreground. So my voice, for instance, in this sense. And the sound mark are sounds that are typically culturally, symbolically of a place. So for instance, the campane di San Marco, the foghorns in the San Francisco Bay Area, etc. And I like to do this very arbitrary connection. So the background to me is connected to the word of soundscape composition. So working about creating the background of a situation. The signals are more related to sound design. So designing sound for sonification, like we saw a little bit with Professor Camurri. And sound mark with all the cultural symbolical element for me is more related to musical therapy. And today we talk a lot about musical therapy. I will say just a few things because it is not really my specialty. I will talk more about the other 2. So keynotes.
Could you explain again what the sound mark is?
Sound mark are sounds that can be in the foreground or in the background, but which are symbolically, culturally very relevant, that really mark a place. Like the bells in San Marco are typical. When you hear, I say, okay, it's San Marco. So talking about keynotes, so background, there is the work of Elif Ozkan in Delft, in the University of Delft. They specialized, no, they don't specialize, but they have a branch studying the quality, the soundscape quality of hospitals, for instance. So, for instance, the nighttime in hospitals, they record hours and hours of sound. Then they have students annotating, and then they do interviews with patients, and they understand in that situation which is the more annoying sound. For instance, in a certain hospital can be the snoring. So they propose solutions like measure the noise sensitivity of patients and group them together. So people who has a high noise sensitivity stay together. Snorers, normally they have a low noise sensitivity, so they are grouped together. Another thing that they do, they sometimes the ICU units are very silent, are too much silent because they are very insulated, and that creates a kind of disorientation in patients. So they compose soundscape to be piped, to be diffused inside the room. And they do different trials with different types of music to understand which is better. Another problem in hospital is the sound of machinery. the alerts, the beepers from the heart monitors. And what they do, so there is this problem that nurses often turn them off because they are annoyed, or young nurses are very terrified by these sounds and become very nervous. So they propose to customize these sounds according to the psychological traits of nurses. As a sound designer who works in the automotive, I heard some sounds into the in ICU units, and there are a lot of unuseful sounds. The sounds that are not really useful. For instance, when the heart is normal, you don't need to put a sound because the situation is normal, but you hear beep, beep, beep all day long. You should hear when the state changes, or if there is a critical situation. So often sound designers are called also to not to create sound, but to take away sound which is unnecessary. This is another great project from a friend, Frédéric Voisin, who worked at EICA for a few years. This is an intervention in a residential home for severe Alzheimer patients. It is a home which is very insulated sonically from the outside. Inside there is a deadly silence, but also in hospitals sometimes there is too much silence, and this again creates disorientation. So they designed a series of points to diffuse sound with different characteristics. For instance, in the living room where there is some social activity, they put the sound of a village bell clock. Just something that really works like a normal clock that you can have in a village. So you hear midday with the typical midday sound of the clocks, and the evening. So this allows to refine some sense of the day, because often patients don't know if it's dinner time or breakfast time. Close to the garden, they also diffuse some natural sounds, and in the individual rooms, they select music related to the patient who's living in the room. So they work with the caregivers and the rest of the family. This, okay, we talk about, I think, in the first presentation, virtual environments are very used in this, in the medical profession. In the right, with this analgesic function, so in very painful operation like bone marrow biopsy, the presence of a screen showing beautiful natural scenery and corresponding sounds allows to use less analgesic medicine. And the other at Aalborg University is an exergame for elderly. So you have this kind of stationary bike, but also with the hands. And the more you go, the more you enter in a virtual landscape. So you go along the river and you hear corresponding sounds. And that, I don't have the statistics, but of course enhances a lot the ability, the movement, etc. This is something that I made with Sandra Pauletto in Sweden, which is also interesting. This is a blanket. So I know that blankets are also used in psychiatric care sometimes to calm the persons, because they add some kind of tactile heaviness, so to calm the person. And this particular one has loudspeakers embedded who diffuse very subtle sounds for relaxation or even to helping sleep. So we did a few small projects, just doing prototypes of sounds, trying to understand which kind of sounds are better. So the loudspeakers are really integrated into the fabric. So, and the system who plays them and the batteries, so it's practically invisible. And the sensation is not just a oral sensation or sonic sensation, but there is also this kind of small vibration close to the body, which remind me of Professor Saller idea of the vibrations. So it's not really a vibration, it is just a loudspeaker. It's not some particular actuator, but has an interesting... the interesting thing is that this kind of things could be also co-created with the patients. And co-creation is a very important activity for the patient because there is this sense of agency, of individualization, of owning the thing. So mostly with aging population of this moment when they were used to knit and to create this kind of, tessuti, I don't know how you say in English, tissues, yeah, could be also another kind of interesting intervention. I want to just briefly show something that I made. It's in a state of experimental prototype. Is a technology to change the background of a situation without masking the annoying sounds. Normally, there is a technique called masking, who is to pipe white noise or some brown noise in a situation where there are annoying sounds. My idea is to create some kind of shadows of sounds to lose the saliency of intrusive sounds. So in the upper part of the photo, there is a gray line. This is the background, and the two red blocks are annoying event. Someone sneezing, for instance, someone talking. What this system does takes some sound from the annoying event and just makes a fog of it, who basically augments a little bit the sound of the background, but makes a little a smaller salience of the annoying sounds. Possiamo far vedere il videino che ho fuori dalla presentazione? I have a little example from a ICU unit in a hospital where c'è proprio un file nella cartellina, c'era lì sopra, eccolo lì. Magari aspetta un attimo prima, ecco qua, sto provando. Grazie. So this is an ICU in Italy. You hear a heart monitor and a nurse typing for a moment, and then you hear what happens in my application. My application run on a smartphone. So you have headphones. The headphones filter out a little bit the situation. And then you hear the generation of all these ghosts of sound who drown out, who almost cancel the annoying beeps, etc. Bye. You understand? Okay, so if you have headphones, you need to have headphones because this sensation of closure is because I simulated an headphone. And but you hear that the beep, it was beep, it was pa, really annoying like this, and now it became a kind of shadow. It's still annoying because this pitch is always there, but it doesn't have the saliency that it had before. Grazie mille. Vado avanti. Boing. So now, quickly, something about sonification. So we go out of the background and we go in the foreground, sound design, sonification. I want to talk about something by another of my colleagues, Frédéric Bevilacqua at TIRCAM. This is a device to allow people who lost sight suddenly to recuperate the proprioception of the position of the hand, for instance. So if you got blind, maybe you can understand that your arm is totally stretched, but you don't know all the in-between spaces. So you need to learn, but you don't have eyes to do that. So they use sound, they use a sensor between the wrist and the shoulder, and they map them to a system of production of sound, which has different degrees of variation. So here you hear water, here you can hear wind on the trees, here crickets, and here, I don't know, birds, okay? And you relearn all these intermediate phases by using here instead of sight. And they do that also for head movement, orientation in space. And it's a very economical and practical system. It is just this box with a couple of loudspeakers, a tablet, and 2 sensors. Sonification of steps for Parkinson's, maybe you already know that, but this one is a little bit different. The adaptive thing that you showed, you have the music going autonomously, and the BPM adapts to your step. In this one, each step triggers a part of music. So before you learn the score in a way, so ding 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 like this, and then dun, bang, dun, dun, you recreate the music. Probably it will have some other neural mechanism to coordinate the steps with the perception and continuity of music. Could be another interesting idea. This is another typical example of sonification. This one is for stroke rehabilitation when the 2 hands have different abilities, and both are mapped to sound producing systems, and the sane hand becomes the model to which the injured hand has to adapt. So one, you do the right movement and you hear the evolution of sound according to the mapping that has been done. And the other, you use sound to try to move it and have the same sound that has been produced by the sane hand. Okay. Oh, cool. I am almost done. Talking about music, it is not my my field as a sound designer, but I was a musician for a long time. And just I wanted to mention a few things. There is the International Association for Study of the Popular Music, IASPM, who in 2024 made a number on popular music and aging. So it's an institution who studies, which studies popular music from a cultural studies, sociology, anthropology point of view. Sometimes there are some musicologists. And there is a beautiful paper about aging being a punk fan. So this is very strange because normally punk music is associated with youth culture, but now we start having punk lovers who get into their 60s or even 70s. So it's an analysis about how these persons manage to stay young thanks to that music. It is very interesting because punk music has a strong, for instance, a strong accent on nutrition. A lot of punk fans are vegetarian, for instance. There is a lot of social connection. They stay together. They publish fanzines together. They still go to concert, and then it's a music that, as almost any music, makes dance the brain, but also makes move the feet. So in this, just the last project that I wanted to talk from another colleague at EICA, the project Psyson, this is again not targeted to elderly people, but in this case for psychiatric care, but probably could be interesting for us. So this is a device that can be applied to a chair and has two loudspeakers beside the head, and then some vibrating element in the back. And here, the very interesting thing is that when the patient is feeling that a panic attack or some crisis is coming, ask for the device and then sits on it and listen to music. But the very important thing is that here there is a lot of work on the selection of music, a lot. They do interviews about musical taste, musical genre, and if the person is not really sure, is not very interested, maybe doesn't have a great musical culture, they use systems that we also used in the automotive industry to have a musical brief about some emotional content that the industry wants to communicate. So these are systems using cards with different images, with different concepts that are mapped to musical features like timbral features or rhythmic features. So the design, basically the patient co-designs the musical treatment that he will use in time of crisis. And again, this agency, this independence, the fact that I design the thing that I need is very important. And by the way, also the cover, this white cover used to protect the device, it is also fabricated by the patients, adding again this sense of individuality and owning the thing. So I think I can stop here. Maybe tomorrow we can talk a little bit about Danzarte, because in Danzarte I put together background, foreground. There are some musical elements also, so maybe we can show with more detail. Thank you. Big honor to be here.
Thank you, Andrea. We are moving to the conclusion of this exceptional meeting that we had today here in San Servolo. Almost 150 participants were collegated online today, this afternoon. And you know that we recorded all the presentation, all the talks for most probably to have a webinar FAD by EICA. By my side, I was astonishing to hear some different perspective, different vision of the sound of longevity today. And I would like to thank the speakers. We start with the geriatrics perspective by myself, Peter Wust, exceptional speakers about the brain across the lifespan. Alois Saller, he moved to the boat to return to Padua, but is here, Grassi, for tomorrow morning. Stefan Kols, and Simone Dalla Bella. We have heard highest level of the neurosciences in music. Antonio Camurri and Andrea Gera has introduced us, included us in a spectacular world of art, dance, music, soundscape. A special thanks to Elvira Brattico. She had the first idea to start with a program, a meeting on the sound of longevity at the University of Bari. Thanks to Stefania, that as president of EICA, give us the opportunity to be here in San Servolo Islands, and also to Cornel Sieber, the elected president of EICA. This place is the ideal place for start with new ideas, with new discussion, new visions, and we have tomorrow this great opportunity to interact informally. And I hope that we will have a great opportunity in this. Thank you also for the last in talk by Andrea. He talked about the music nostalgia, and I remember music nostalgia and good vibration, no? That in 1967 the Beach Boys recorded Good Vibration in the historical album Pet Sound. Okay, so thanks a lot, and Stefania, Cornel, Elvira.
Well, nothing to add. It's just the beginning. Tomorrow we will continue with definitely another most interesting session. I'm not sure at what time we should gather for dinner. I believe it will be at 8:30. 8:30. Okay.
What do you prefer? 8:30 or earlier? We will eat on the island, on the restaurant here. 8. I think they.
8 is better.
Yeah.
We
That's what I thought.
can slowly head towards the.
So we short can go to the rooms, and then does everybody know where the restaurant is? Oh. Okay, you just go now outside here, and you go, at the edge of the island, straight ahead, and it's there.
I guess so.
Yeah, it's there where we usually also have breakfast. Yeah. Okay. So it's 3 minutes from here. You cannot miss it. Otherwise, you're underwater.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Thank you.